As the world entered an unprecedented crisis, Magnus Carlsen and Chess24 acted quickly to create the first online chess tour of its kind. Working 24/7, we brought together the best players in the world for the largest online prize fund ever, broadcast live in 10 languages. The tour innovated and filled the void created by the lack of in-person play, reaching more people than any online chess event ever. There was fun and laughter.
Okay, it's time for Russian hackers to attack internet in Norway. Last hope. Come on.
There was tension and controversy.
No, just make moves.
Yeah, and then give up the pawn.
This is
Okay.
hopeless. Anish is fast these days.
He
It's
even had to,
interesting that
resigned. Okay.
Okay, so we will have a fantastic match tomorrow, I'm sure. Jan is angry as hell now, but Anish also caught his rhythm, so let's see, it will be really fantastic.
There were instructive learning moments.
We have discovered e6 was a very strong move for Nakamura. She opens up the diagonal of the queen and at the same time shuts out the d5 bishop from the defense. Black has to play rook e7 to protect the pawn and the 7th rank, but now the queen comes from the f5, queen f2, threatening rook f7, and it's curtains. So the position is collapsing right now here. Black has to resign.
And there was lots of great chess.
Oh wow! It's really an incredible game, like showing how a completely lost position can gradually turn into a winning position if you just trade all the right pieces. It's really, this game is really a masterclass on the trades, what you should be trading on and what not. And when I said that trading the queens and the bishops is good for black, I never imagined it would ever happen, because it was so far away from that.
Wow.
And it's official resignation from Dingley, right?
4 unique online events and a grand final made up the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, and the world took notice. The Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour has been the most watched online chess event in history. Already it has become the world's most prestigious series of online tournaments. As the first season approaches its conclusion, we want your help to do something even bigger. Our partner for the tour final is Kiva, the non-profit with a mission to expand financial access to help underserved communities. Kiva does incredible work providing microloans to help people around the world create opportunity for themselves and their communities. When the pandemic started, Kiva set up a global COVID-19 response fund to help small businesses get back on their feet. Their target? To raise $50 million to support thousands of people around the world. Chess24 wants to help make that happen. During the tour's final, we will be donating 50% of all proceeds from new premium memberships to Kiva. Go premium, and you will not just be supporting us and getting the best chess entertainment out there, you will be supporting people in times of need through Kiva. And if you are premium already, you can buy sponsored premium memberships for schools in cities and countries of your choice in our shop. Let's show how chess can play its part together.
That means Magnus Carlsen wins the rapid tiebreak and keeps his title as world champion. Congratulations and happy birthday to Magnus Carlsen.
So I would say that somehow my experiences with math have really shaped sort of my experiences in chess. I would say, early on, the thing that first drew me to chess was trying to analyze sort of simple endgames and come to a definite conclusion about a position, something that's sort of very much mathematical type pursuit. And I would say that one thing that chess has sort of given me is that over time I've come to really appreciate sort of uncertainty and trying to sort of make sense of, things that are quite complicated and quite sort of non-intuitive. I mean, chess is, it's such a simple game in many ways. There's not too many pieces. The rules aren't too complicated, but somehow you get this great complexity out of it, which is quite beautiful.
Hello and welcome to Chess 24. This is the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour benefiting Kiva final, and I am pumped to be here today and get the action started, because what we witnessed on day one of the finals, it made it really clear, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got a real fight, a real match on our hands. And Hikaru Nakamura was the one who rode to victory in that first set in convincing style, beating Magnus Carlsen 2.5 to 1.5. It reminded me of that tweet that Hikaru had up before starting the finals. And let's see if we can get that up, because I think this tweet aged rather well, because take a look at what it said, and let's play it. There he is. Came out off the fire, right into victory. But of course, it was not easy. But Hikaru Nakamura was up to the task, and I think it was brilliant to see just the kind of prep he had going, just how quickly he was playing, his confidence. Everything fell into place for the American Grandmaster. What was really insightful was also what the players had to say about each other going into the finals. Take a look at Hikaru's take towards the final. Which you've got two days now before the finals. Are you already assuming that you're going to be up against Magnus, or going to wait for the final result, or will prep begin soon?
Yeah, I mean, to get back to that point I was making earlier, and this I think is again a stylistic thing, is what I was saying is that I feel for the most part I'm more accurate than most players, and I defend extremely well. And the reason that I have the issues with Magnus, or at least I've had the issues in these online events, very specifically is because Magnus is slightly better at defending, slightly better at pressing endgame, so he has this very slight margin. When you're playing against someone who does these things, I mean, I wouldn't even say there's a big difference, but he does all these little things slightly better. That's when you kind of have to start mixing up with the style and playing differently. So I'll be doing some research and checking out, but I'm going to assume Magnus will win because.
Some insights by the American Grandmaster, 5-time US champion, about facing Magnus Carlsen. Also, very interesting what Magnus had to say about taking on Hikaru Nakamura in his A game and with the kind of shape that we've been seeing Hikaru in. Take a look at what Magnus said about it. And what are your thoughts on meeting Hikaru in the finals? From our perspective, it looks like the two most deserving players have made it into the finals.
Yeah, certainly he's been very, very strong in the entire tour. So it's no coincidence that he's in the final, and I absolutely agree that he deserves it based on the way that he's played.
And that definitely set the tone for the finals. And what a show by Hikaru in set one. But I think it's really critical what he said after winning the game, winning his set yesterday, that at the end of it, this is just the first set in a best of 7. So the players are playing a best of 7 format, which means you've got to win. At least you've got to win 4 sets to win the finals. So still a long path ahead, and it's just getting started. But pretty much a dream start for Hikaru, because up against the world champion, if you are going to be the one playing catch up, once things get rolling, it's not going to be easy. But right now, it's Magnus who's up to the wall, who's got to level the score. A big day for him, really, because I think if you fall back on 2 sets, that is an absolute nightmare to come from. And if all the chess and the intense onboard action that we have been having has inspired you to improve your game, then you've got to check out the hottest drop in the chess world right now, which is Magnus Carlsen's course on endgames on Chessable. It's live, and you've got to go to chessable.com and you've got to take a look. It's the Magnus Touch on endgames, where Magnus gives us his insights on what it takes to be a pro ending player. Check this out.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
On Chessable, an extremely instructive and a mega entertaining course by perhaps one of the best endgame players of all times, the world champion Magnus Carlsen. But right now, Magnus's task is cut up for him. He needs to level the score, because I do not believe if he's playing a two-set catch up to Hikaru Nakamura, he will be able to do that. So he needs to strike and strike back today, because these guys are fighting for big bucks. Take a look at the prizes. The winner goes back with $140,000, while the loser of the finals is at least secured with $80,000. That's a very big 60K jump in that. Definitely big money to fight for. And for Hikaru especially, it's also, if he wins the final, not only does he win the final of the most prestigious chess event of 2020, but he will do that by beating the world champion. A lot to play for there. And of course, Magnus Carlsen, we know him. He knows how to bring his best. He is so competitive. He knows how to go back there and win in situations and make that ever critical comeback. We saw him do exactly that in his semi-final match against Ding Liren, when he actually fell back at the beginning and lost the set 1, but came back with a 3-set victory back to back. That was very impressive. So if anybody can do that, it is the world champion. And as Hikaru said it himself, it's far from over right now, but what a start we have. And like I was saying, we've got a real match on our hands. And of course, let's take a look at what you had to say about the intense action that took place yesterday on our day 1 of the finals. Let's get up the conversations that we had on Twitter sphere. Carsten Hansen writing in with, well done to Nakamura taking the first set against Magnus today. Magnus seemed a bit off, not making the best of his chances and struggling throughout. It will be interesting to see if tomorrow brings Magnus 2.0 to the table, as we saw in the Ding Liren match. Indeed, he was 1 set down, came back to beat Ding. He needs to do that today. He needs to come back in his A game, in shape. And you are absolutely right, Carsten, that I felt that as well, that what we saw yesterday was a Magnus who looked at least extremely exhausted. The mental fatigue, I feel you could see on his face. And it's been a grueling, difficult format for the world champion, who's had absolutely no rest. As they say, no rest for the wicked. And I think Magnus has been on it. Definitely the kind of positions that we saw yesterday, it just felt like Hikaru was handling them better. And Magnus never really got into his rhythm. Let's move on to the next one. We heard from Dread, wow, Hikaru has really come out hot against Magnus Carlsen in the Impact Chess Finals today. It was just incredible. I think more surprising than the actual result of the set yesterday was just the play that happened. It was very clear to all of us that the level of play was so high from Hikaru Nakamura that not only did he win the set, but he basically dominated the set. He was also very close to winning in that game 3. And game 4, I think, was the only one where Magnus was able to draw out some chances. But even that, Hikaru held on and showed that if it comes to defending difficult positions, he's up to the task. And it brings back the point that this is a very in shape Hikaru in a format that suits him incredibly well. Let's move on. We also had Chess Files writing, and Hikaru came out guns blazing today, indeed. And I think, yes, he's got to do that today as well, because at the end of it, you can't stop with the world champion. You give him one chance, you give Magnus one chance to come on top, and he will grab it. And how? Set one, well done for Hikaru, but he cannot relax just yet. Far from it. And it was amazing to see the kind of support and the kind of messages that were out there for Hikaru and also for Magnus, hoping for a comeback really quick. Let's move on to our next tweet. We heard from Grandmaster Ivan writing in with well-deserved win by Naka. We are in for an exciting showdown. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. We cannot wait for tomorrow, champ. Indeed, I think definitely a very deserving win by Naka. You cannot say he got lucky in yesterday's set. And I think in general, in chess, you make your own luck on the board. So he just played such energetic, combative chess from the word go and made it very clear that he's not afraid to take on the world champion in difficult, complex positions. We are definitely in for a very thrilling final, and it's just gotten started. Let's move on to the next one. And Mr. Dodgy has got Magnus Carlsen's back. Don't worry, Magsy, I will save you. Yes, Magsy Bogues needs all the saving that he can get right now. I think most importantly for Magnus, it's going to be the strategy change that he has coming into today's match and just how much energy he can get in. And hopefully the world champ got enough rest after the tough day yesterday, because we all know that despite being a set down, I think Magnus is still a favorite in this match. I think we all believe in his ability to come back, but man, is Hikaru in beast mode right now. Let's move on to the next one. We also had Olympio writing in with Magnus Carlsen loses a critical game. And I think in this, what was really interesting was to see just the pain and the difficulty that Magnus was having yesterday in his match. Let's play this short video that we had, and we can just see this was, I think, after his loss in game 2. And yes, a very he knows that it was just all Hikaru in that game. And it almost for me, I just really felt that this was a very, very exhausted Magnus. And I think the format is taking its toll, but the world champion has shown that he's got it in him to come out of it. And I have no doubt that the match is far from over. Let's move on to the next one. With Pratik writing in, Magnus getting in time trouble very much lately. Does he need to play faster, change his game a bit? This, I think, is a very insightful point, because we have seen Magnus throughout this tour and throughout his matches against other players. He's always been up on the clock. He's always had the clock situation in control. But yesterday, I think Hikaru's opening prep and his entire approach worked so well, and he was playing fast. And I think this is an insight that Hikaru gave us after the match, that, the whole aim of just getting as messy a position that he could get, and then just making decent, good moves, not looking for the best move, not burning the clock, and playing quickly. And yesterday, I think for the very first time on the tour, very rarely we've seen this, that Magnus game after game fell short on the clock. Let's move on. We also had Edward writing in. Magnus Carlsen needs better time management and perhaps to steer clear of sharp positions to level the score with Hikaru in today's Impact Chess. Edward, we just spoke about the whole situation of the time thing. I think when Magnus is feeling a little out of shape and a little out of rhythm and not himself on a particular day, we've seen him sort of burn the time on his clock a little bit. We see him hesitating before going for lines. We see him taking a little bit longer before he makes those decisions. And that's exactly what happened yesterday. And what you're saying about the kind of positions that he needs to play against Hikaru, very interesting, because I would agree with that. I think we saw that in game 4, that when Magnus got the sort of position where he really thrives in. I mean, he's a universal player, but when he got the position where I think he plays unbelievably well, slightly quiet, just building something out of nothing. And that's what we saw in game 4, where he got his chances, and the only game where Hikaru Nakamura was on the back foot. And I think this insight by Hikaru, that I think Magnus was trying to play the way he's played throughout the last 2 events, which is he's tried to play sharp, aggressive with both colors. And I think the positions are slightly more suited to me. Edward, I think this really reflects on what your insight was on the whole thing as well, that perhaps the approach has to be a little different. Maybe not as many Night-Offs we're going to see today. Perhaps we're going to see something a little more solid today. And who better to talk about that than our commentators? Because I see we are being joined by Grandmaster Yasser Saraman and Grandmaster Peter Lecco. Let's get them on board. Hi, Yas. Hi, Peter.
Hello, Tanya. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you, to be here and to call the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Tour. Peter, we're having too much fun together, but I'm really happy to see that you're on the other side of the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Yasser. Thank you, Tanya. It's great to be here. It has been a wonderful first day. My big question is, how much did Hikaru reveal from his strategic point in the first day? Yeah, because he has given so much energy into this very first set, and he has won it absolutely deservedly. But it kind of also gave a lot of insight to Team Magnus, what to expect from Hikaru. And now the big question is how Magnus will adjust his play against this strategy. So I can't really wait to see this game, and I'm very happy that Magnus has the white pieces in the first game. So what do we see? Do we see some really aggressive Magnus jumping at Hikaru right from the first game, or will he take a slower approach just as he did in the last game yesterday?
Peter, I think that's super insightful, because you're completely right that Hikaru, with his play yesterday, the kind of openings he came up with, just his attitude of playing the most risky, the most sharp variations on the board, made his approach really clear, made the prep for this match really clear by his team, that these are the positions we're aiming for, a complete mess on the board, and then just trying to play fast, making decent moves, making good moves, not burning up the clock, not looking for the best moves. And I think this was also reflected in Hikaru's interview later. You're completely right about a lot of information now that Team Magnus has, and how are they going to build on that? Because whatever their approach for set 1 was, that failed. So they've got to bring on big changes. And I want to ask both you and Yas that in this entire final, Magnus has played 5 sets. He's won 3, he lost 2. Hikaru Nakamura has played 4 sets so far, including the semifinals and the finals. He's won all 4 sets. Mm-hmm. Of course, in any matchup that these two have, Magnus is a big favorite. But right now, is Hikaru the better player because of all the factors of, being more fresh? Is he more in shape? Has he been more impressive than Magnus in this final, including the semis so far?
What can you say about perfection, Tanya? Playing 4 sets and winning them all? Well, you got to say that is a very, very hot player indeed. Yesterday, I saw the set as being quite close. Remember, it was that pivotal game 2. And Tanya, you yourself pointed out that if Magnus had found the move d4, d5, at a crucial moment, we might be talking a different ball game altogether. But yes, there was a lot of information that was provided in the first set, for what I think is a kind of a marathon final, 7 sets, lots and lots and lots of games. It sure feels, Peter, like we all learned a lot. And I see the players are on cameras. They're getting ready to start today's session. But Peter, your take.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the statistics, Hikaru did win 4 out of 4 so far in the finals. But, as a player, I always felt like I want to play such player who has a perfect score, because, every streak has to end at some point. And you really feel that, it can't go on forever like this. Besides, one can argue that Magnus also had a very, very tough pairing with Dingliram, because, all respect for Daniel Dubov, he's an incredible
powerful and very energetic, talented player. But I mean, Dingleran has this super class. He has been like top 3 for already many years. He had proven himself already to be very unpleasant for Magnus. So all in all, maybe Magnus had little tougher challenge there. But before getting into all this, we already have the action there. Magnus started with d4.
Indeed, and who can forget the 19-match winning streak that Magnus himself had throughout the tour before he lost to Ding. And we've got action very similar to what happened yesterday. Yes, Peter, take us through what's going on.
Absolutely. Peter, a repeat of the game 3? No, pardon me. It's a repeat of game 2.
Yeah, repeat of game 2, and I feel like maybe not Hikaru, but his team is listening to us, yeah? Because you remember, you told about this prophylactic move, Queen d7. You did not like kicking the knight away from b5 with the move a6, and Hikaru played this very subtle Queen d7 move. This is somehow, I feel, very much Yasser.
Yeah, it suits the position a lot more, but also the first player to change or deviate was Magnus, because he came up with a2, a3, as you will recall, Peter, and we were guessing that this might have been preparation from London for his match with Fabiano. Fabiano having introduced this line with b5 in top level play. So Magnus's a2, a4 was the first to deviate, Peter.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm completely speechless. I even don't know where to start, because I believe that this whole A4 sequence from Magnus was supposed to be a surprise. And look what, I mean, the players are blitzing out moves, and right now, this is our current position. I mean, this is some incredible deep preparation by both sides. And I believe that, the teams have been working all night to make sure that they are getting more and more ready for this variation.
It sure looks like the teams are really burning the midnight oil, as you're saying, because if you don't mind going through it, at some point these players are going to slow down. Right now, Magnus has 17 minutes, Hikaru 16. They both started with 15. They are getting a 10-second bonus for each move they made, but this is remarkable, Peter. It almost looks like they're playing a 3-minute blitz game and not a rapid game. So if you don't mind, just take it from, I don't know, the top or wherever it is you'd like to start. A4,
yeah.
Good place.
Yeah, okay, let's start right from the beginning, because those who have missed the action yesterday, first of all, it was a big miss. Secondly, okay, it can happen. So let's just understand how we got there. So we are seeing it starts like a Vienna variation, but after e4, b5, it very much goes into directions Queen's Gambit accepted. I mean, the structure after e5, knight d5, knight takes b5, knight b6 resembles much more the Queen's Gambit accepted. And here Magnus came up with this new move. I don't know if it's completely new, but definitely compared to yesterday, where we have seen the move a3, which was also very interesting. So this time a4, and the move Yasser was mentioning in yesterday's broadcast that he very much likes this prophylactic move Queen d7, of course not in this position, but in this type of positions. Hikaru's team was listening, Queen d7 had been played, Bishop e2 developing, Knight c6, castles, Knight a5. We again see the same idea from black, bringing the knight to a5, protecting the pawn on c4 and eyeing the weakness on b3, just as yesterday with the pawn on a3. Magnus goes right for action. I mean, he has to justify his slightly weakened a4 move. He goes for action with knight g5, h6, knight e4, bishop b7, all kind of fairly natural, knight c5, bishop takes c5, d takes c5. It's a transformation of structure, and that's why I felt like I had to mention this immediately, that I mean, without preparation, such decisions you would be taking after, in a classical game, like 20 minutes or half an hour of thoughts. But here, everything had been blitzed out a tempo, which is a clear indication that it had to be preparation. And now after knight d5, we see one of the big assets of white putting the pawn on a4, that suddenly the white rook activates itself on the third rank with rook a3. Hikaru played a6, knight d4 had been played, And this was maybe the first moment when Hikaru took his first time, like maybe 1 minute or 1.5 minutes, and played the very nice flexible move knight e7. And after knight e7, Magnus quite quickly played queen d2 just to indicate that, yes, you know, I'm very well prepared. I'm taking this match extremely seriously. I'm ready for everything.
Wow. Kind of an echo of the queen d7. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I find myself more drawn to this middle game than I did yesterday's middle game. Yesterday's middle game, Peter, Magnus has put his bishop on c1 to e3. And at the time he did it, it was fine. There was no problem. But the bishop e3 was kind of a useless piece. It didn't really participate. Here, the bishop on c1, it's fine. But more importantly, it doesn't obstruct the path for the rook. The rook is definitely destined for the g3. And so I just feel that somehow Magnus has a freer, easier game than he did yesterday. Whether it gives him a big advantage or any kind of advantage, we still don't know. The jury's out. But you like the move knight e7, and go ahead and talk to our audience about that. What do you find in particular that's so attractive?
Yeah, I think the whole point was that, as already yesterday we kind of mentioned in these positions, that the d5 square is very, very nice. Black wants to have the d5 square, but whenever you place something on d5, something is missing out of the position. Now we see the knight on d5 is wonderful, but suddenly the bishop on b7's long diagonal is blocked. On the other hand, white's knight on d4 is slightly loose. I mean, it would be very nice to target it because it's not really clear where this knight gonna move. So once we have all this in mind, then the move knight e7 comes very naturally. It opens the long diagonal for the bishop. It gives the way for the black rook to join the action along the d file, putting pressure on the d4 knight. And also this knight on e7 might go to f5 later once the knight on d4 had been clarified, or the knight can go to g6, putting some extra defense on the king side. So it's a very flexible move. And Magnus says, yeah, before you get all these ideas in, before you hit my knight on d4, I want to touch your knight on a5. And please show me how you're gonna react to that. Because after all, if this knight from a5 moves, then the pawn on c4 can fall. On the other hand, this is also not a completely devastating sequence, because if black exchanges this knight, even if he loses this pawn on c4, he might have some very nice play on the white squares. But okay, in order to lose a pawn or to be ready to give up the pawn, you have to first understand that you definitely have enough, because if you just lose the pawn for nothing, that would be terrible.
Exactly. So now queen d2, as you say, the knight on d4 is a little bit loose. The move queen d2 does prepare rook f1 to d1, trying to control the open d file. And of course, black is always to realize that queen takes a5, queen takes d4, queen takes c7 may come at the cost of a pawn. So I definitely see this move queen d2 as a direct threat to the knight. How to deal with it, Peter? Should we castle long, which really looks suicidal, or do we just have to retreat our knight?
Well, I mean, I think we had been clever enough to ask this question at this moment, because we already have the answer.
Yes.
The move queen d5 had been played, and it's a very, very natural move, of course, because also quite nice feeling to make such move. You feel like my opponent had attacked the knight on a5, and instead of dealing with that, I suddenly threaten checkmate in one, and also eyeing the pawn on c5. So if, for example, white just reacts in a very natural way with bishop f3, then black can probably simply take the pawn on c5, protecting the knight with the queen. Right. And also the light squared bishop exchange would be in black's favor. So this would be a very nice scenario if black is not losing immediately, and I don't see why he should be losing. Right. And having this in mind, then the big question is how to deal with this, because it might look like, okay, queen takes g2 mate, this is one move that I will deal with it, but every move has some concession. For example, the most natural move to me looks like rook g3 without calculating anything, because I protect and attack. On the other hand, I'm not sure that this is exactly what white wants to place the rook immediately on g3.
Okay, and just go ahead and continue this line, because like you say, one of my absolutely favorite moves to make. My favorite move to make, of course, is checkmate. My second favorite is to win tempi. And my third favorite is to make those moves that are both offensive and defensive. And I love this move, rook g3, from that perspective. But there is a, how do you say, something very forcing in the position to calculate. Like maybe queen takes c5 to defend the knight and to prepare castling long.
Yeah, I mean, this long castle is really annoying, because if it comes with a devastating effect. I'm pinned on the d file, and then also some jump like knight f5 might occur. That's exactly the reason why I was saying that, yes, it looks like rook g3 is so natural and tempting, but I'm not sure if this is exactly the way I want to treat the position. It's also very difficult to say anything after queen d5, because basically it's the typical scenario that if you are following some computer preparation, and then you really want to know the follow-up, because everything makes sense if you know the follow-up. If you don't know, then it might look like, why did I make any of these moves? Yeah, and now that Magnus is taking his time, okay, he had the time advantage. He was up, I think, like 5 minutes on the clock. So he is not taking his time absolutely correctly, because this is maybe a very, very important decision now.
Yes, exactly. Indeed, that's the way I see it. And I noticed that in a number of our broadcasts, Peter, you've been referring to the idea that, oh, this is great computer analysis, computer prep. And then also a warning to our audience that don't just blindly follow the computer's recommendation, rather try to understand exactly why you're putting your piece on a3. The rook goes to a3, goes to g3. That's understandable. But there's also times that you don't want a rook necessarily to go to g3. Maybe you want it to go to f3. So try to understand the ideas behind the moves, not just the moves themselves. I wanted to, well, I don't know if this is I see a large number of tactics occurring in the position, okay? So one tactic I'm seeing is I really don't like playing for, let's say, rook g3, queen takes c5, b4 ideas. That I don't find those that to be particularly attractive, because I think that it's helping black more than it's helping white. But I need to move the queen. Yes, exactly. I need to move the queen off of the D file, Peter. So I'm thinking rook g3, queen takes c5, queen f4. And the idea behind this queen f4 is I got some tactic with knight, if rook knight g6. I got some tactic with e6. I was thinking would be a challenge. Yeah, something of this nature. So I'm not saying knight g6 is forced, but I think queen f4 is necessary to get off the d file and to kind of keep the knight on a5. So if I look at it as a pawn sacrifice, I say, well, my trump is the knight is offside on a5, and I have a very aggressive rook. So if we could go back to the move queen f4 for a moment, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I put my queen on f4. If black ever tries to castle long, I got moves like, bishop e3 and queen f7 that he'll have to deal with. He could never, ever castle short, because I don't know, I'm just going to go like rook g7 and queen h6 and, happily mate the guy. So I'm seeing the position after queen f4 as being, super double-edged as well. I mean, it seems like this whole match, starting from yesterday at least, has really focused on very razor-sharp positions. The players are really challenging one another to come up with the best moves each and every turn.
Yeah, but to be honest, if we think like this, then maybe this plays again into hands of Hikaru, yeah, because this is really a messy position. It's not those type of positions which Magnus really likes to play in a rapid time control.
Exactly.
Because of course, if he is given this position in a classical game, then okay, no problems. But I mean, his style in rapid had been really so effective and so powerful when he has those positions which he perfectly understands, where there is so much harmony, and then he builds up the pressure and outplays basically anyone on the planet. So this is a very tricky, messy position with lots at stake at each and single move. And we have seen that Hikaru had been quite familiar with such positions yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, we saw yesterday a dream start. And what we also saw, overall as a strategy that we felt that Hikaru found and played particularly well is his opening preparation was really great. He was putting a lot of challenges in front of Magnus almost from the get-go, causing the world champion to spend a little bit more time than maybe he would like to, which affected his play towards the end of the game in critical positions. In game 2, yesterday, the game that Magnus lost, he was in an endgame position where he had 2 pawns for the exchange. Under any kind of normal circumstances, I don't see Magnus losing that ending, but he had so little time. It impacted his play. Let's just put it that way. So great opening prep by Hikaru, staying ahead on the clock. And this is maybe so hard, but so important. His errors, his mistakes were really minute. He didn't make any what I would call egregious blunder. He didn't blunder badly, I want to put it like that. And that's really, really impressive. And that was why that was why Hikaru won the first set. Obviously, Hikaru wants to do the very, very same thing. After the move Queen D5, Peter, if I've got this right, Magnus had, I don't know, I'm just going to say 17 minutes, 10 minutes ago, because now he's burned 10 minutes.
Yeah, almost. I mean, we missed out on Queen D2 because I think the move Queen D2 was not entirely blitzed out, but was played after like 10 or 20 seconds. So yeah, Magnus really must have had something like 17 minutes or 16, and burning so much time at just one single move. On the other hand, the position justifies it because it's so difficult to understand what your first move should be. And if you lose control of your position right here, right now, then even if you have 50 minutes on the clock, might actually not help you. So finding the right move here is really very important. On the other hand, finding it relatively quickly now, it's essential, because if Magnus goes down to 5 minutes on the clock for all this craziness, then this will hurt him big time later.
And Tanya, you're with us. What insights do you have for us, Tanya?
Yes, just jumping in really quickly, because indeed Magnus is taking a while on this move. And I think the point is, again, I was checking with the computer really quickly and briefly. After Queen D5, actually, the position becomes a little more trickier. Instead of Queen D2, what Magnus had to do was to play Rook G3 first. And the point is now Queen D5 makes no sense at all, because you've got the G7 as well as Bishop F3 threats. So actually Queen D2 was a slight inaccuracy by the world champion. And I think that's the reason why Hikaru, who is so extremely well prepared, took a few moments and found out why Queen D2 does not work for white. And now Magnus, in a big think, down to 5 minutes, makes us question again, is he feeling it? Because I don't think we've seen him take so much time on one move.
Thank you, Tanya. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. A 10-minute think is by far the longest think. And again, for everybody who may be joining us late, the players start with 15 minutes. So burning 10 of them on a single move, that means 66% of your clock time, and he's still thinking. So this is the one. If I think this is the longest thing in the whole tournament, and it must be because the position is so sharp. Peter, I was about to say, give us your best guess as to what he could be thinking about. And the moment I was about to say that, he finally did play Rook G3, Peter.
Yeah, Magnus did play Rook G3 simple, I think, by elimination, that this move had to be played, humanly speaking at least. It looked like the most natural move. However, by burning so much time, it was a clear sign that Magnus must have felt that probably I mixed up something, maybe I hurried too much. And I know this from my own experience, that when you are following some computer preparation and some small nuances change, but you remember that, the whole point was Queen D2. But you remember I mentioned that this Knight E7 was such a nice flexible move humanly, because it opens the D5 square, and Hikaru made perfect use of it. After Rook G3, Queen takes C5 had been played by Hikaru, and now the big question is, how will Magnus follow it up? Now he doesn't have much time to think, so I'm expecting his answer rather quickly.
Exactly. I offered Queen F4 as a move. Do you have an alternative perhaps for Magnus? Because in truth, he spent so much time on the move Rook G3, and Queen takes C5 was rather compulsory. You kind of think that Magnus might have had his next 2 or 3 moves ready to go. He hasn't played Queen F4 a la tempo. What did he do instead? B4?
Yeah, he played B4, and after C takes B3, he played the move Bishop A3. I mean, it's a beautiful idea. It's a really wow effect. The big question is objectively how good it is.
Well, first I'm saying wow, then I'm saying why. Why, Peter? Queen takes A3, Queen takes A5, right?
Yes.
And okay, I get the fact that C7 is hanging, as well as G7. This pawn on B3 is, wickedly up the board. I don't know. Let's just say Bishop D5, random move. Well, not so random, but I did want to sidestep Queen takes C7, and I did want to keep the B pawn. I don't see Rook takes G7 as killing me. Tanya, jump right in. Chaos on the board, Tanya.
Yes, absolutely chaos on the board. And I had to jump right in because take a look at one of the lines that I just saw after. You're totally right that this position is what needs to be played. Bishop A3, a very creative idea by the world champion. Queen A3, Queen A5, Bishop D5 needs to be played to defend this B3 pawn. And now look at this. Rook takes B3. Just giving that rook up. And the point is that after Bishop B3, you jump in with Knight B5. Queen C5 is not possible because you take Knight C7, pick up the queen. The best move on the board for black is to go Queen A4 instead. And now Knight C7 check. King D7, Queen B6, and we have a hot mess on the board.
Oh my gosh, alien chess. This is, my brain hurts, Peter.
Yeah, and if Magnus had foreseen this, then we understand why he spent all those 10 minutes. Yeah.
And Bishop D5 on the board.
Yeah.
Whoa. This is quite the way to start today. This was the kind of match I think we were hoping for before the finals began. We saw Magnus as having such a dominant tour victories. We're a little bit fearful this was going to be a coronation. Dingler in robbed us of that thought right away by winning the first set in this match. Again, this finals is this is great, Peter. This is what we really, really wanted to see.
I think we are very happy to see this. I'm not sure if Magnus fans are so happy about this because,
right.
I mean, I believe they really hope that Magnus can outclass Hikaru. But I mean, in this type of positions, this is crazy mess. This is the wild jungle which Hikaru really loves and needs to show his best. And okay, kudos for Magnus for being ready to go for all these sharp things. On the other hand, I think it's not entirely voluntary. It's like Hikaru is also provoking him to this jungle. So it's a very interesting fight between the two players.
I love that quote by Michael Tal. Michael Tal said that he liked to invite his opponent into a jungle and that there was a very narrow path, just room enough for one person, himself, of course. And this strike, I mean, rook takes b3. Okay, if that lands on the board, I think we're going to get out our magic wands and just do a cavity check. That's that. I mean, the whole purpose of bishop d5, right, Peter, was to defend the pawn on b3 and to see it smacked off the board with that knight d5 variation that Tanya was mentioning. That's just, I mean, what can I say? I mean, like I said, my brain hurts. We didn't see that variation. Instead, we've seen rook takes g7, Peter.
Yeah, I think it's a sign that Magnus is human after all. Yeah, this move rook takes g7 is, yeah, you understand that it's slow, but on the other hand, okay, you are taking the g7 pawn. You are also making sure that black will never castle short. On the other hand, the big problem is that this pawn on b3 is so powerful, and I'm not sure that white has enough dynamic justification for all this, but in a practical game, I don't know how to evaluate this. I feel like the clocks might play a really big role again. I mean, look at this. Magnus is down to less than 3 minutes, while Hikaru had like 9 minutes after rook takes g7 had been played. A very nice, comfortable age on the clock, and maybe just exactly what you need in such a sharp position to feel comfortable.
Peter, I don't know if you went down that rabbit hole, but I certainly fell down that rabbit hole for a number of weeks. And I'm talking about the Botvinnik pawn sacrifice. And I spent some weeks trying to understand it. And again, at the end of the period, my head was exploding. I didn't know what was going on. And I wanted to suggest the move c7, c5 as a move that would come right out of that specific opening, because in the Botvinnik pawn triangle, white has Botvinnik pawn sacrifice, pardon me, white has a big majority on the king side and center, and white and black on the queen side. And you know the dynamics, it's terrible. But this move c7, c5, I see as a key move. Why? Well, I've got two connected passed pawns. I really want to have the free tempo knight e7, f5. I'm booting back the knight, and who knows? Maybe on a good day I get to play b2 and make a queen. So I saw c5 as being the best move or crazy move, and I just didn't know where we were going after that. We do have a move on the board. It's bishop h5, Peter.
Yeah, bishop h5 played. I have the feeling it's played out of desperation, because black's position is so healthy, and this powerful knight on d5, the knight on e7, also the queen on a3 is doing perfect job, because it actually defends the e7 knight once he captures on d4. And I believe we have to calculate crazy lines, but at first sight, I still don't entirely get what Magnus is really hoping for.
Exactly. So if you don't mind, we look at the most obvious thing, capture. Give me the piece. And what you were saying there about queen a3, I really couldn't agree with you more. You take on d4, let's say you take with the rook on f7, just to show as an example, and we move the king, let's say to d7. Now the queen on a3 is so brilliantly placed because you don't have any rook takes, e7 check, and queen c7 ideas, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is completely crazy. I mean, I don't know what to think of this position. This is just
in other words, you don't see
rook f7, king d7, and bishop g4 played. This is the idea now. This incredible queen takes d5 idea is there.
Okay. Wow. That is a very unique double pin. The knight After queen takes d5, the knight's in an absolute pin, but also the pawn on e6 is an absolute pin. That's a very unusual, kind of a crossfire, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is just wild. I mean, bishop g4, but I don't know. I'm not believing in it. I mean, where is this?
Call me skeptical as well, Peter. You're not attacking with a lot. I mean, I might be so bold as to point out that king e8, bishop h5, king d7, it's kind of like it's black who has a choice of playing for a win or not. But you're about to suggest king c6, and I like that move because, again, the queen on a3 does this great job of defending the knight, but also the square c1, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, it's such a multi-purpose queen on a3, and this king c6 is a typical Botvinnik move. I mean, you already talked about this similarities between this position and the Botvinnik variation. Mm-hmm. And okay, I just imagine Jan Smeets, the Dutch player who used to be one of the guys playing the Botvinnik variation, the highest level in all these Vaikanze tournaments. And I'm pretty sure that he would love to play the move king c6. Also, Luc van Wely is someone who would just love to march forward with his king. And I'm even not seeing the refutation, because something like rook takes e7, queen takes e7, rook c1 check will be answered by king b7. And again, we see this brilliant harmony of black's bishop on d5 and queen e7 covering all the squares possible on the board. I don't see what's wrong with king c6, but maybe there is even something else.
King c6 looks like a really good move. You mentioned Jan Smeets. Well, Jan Smeets, Erwin me, and Daniel Stellwagen were IMs, and they came over. I called them my louts. They came over and we studied chess. And Daniel Stellwagen, in particular, he wanted to study the Botvinnik pawn sacrifice. And it's a terrible, terrible variation. I mean, there's no strategic understanding. There's no motifs. Everything about that variation is calculation. And I mean, I kicked him out of the apartment in disgust. It was pretty funny. Bishop takes e6, Peter. What is that? Oh, no, I still don't understand it. What is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the bishop takes e6 basically probably had to be played. Bishop takes e6, rook f6 on the board now.
Okay.
Magnus has to try to fish somewhere. I mean, but I just cannot believe that this could ever work. Yeah, I mean, it's two pieces, and you don't have this feeling that this is causing such damage for black. Okay, after king d7, yeah, king d7 on the board, queen b6 splits out.
Yeah.
White hitting the bishop on e6, planning to go queen b7 check.
Exactly.
But okay, there are so many questions. First of all, one thing after.
Well, knight, bishop d5. Just, I don't know how scary is a check on d6. I'm just running away.
Exactly. Yeah, bishop d5, and it's on the board.
Yeah. I mean, two pieces, Peter.
Yeah, two pieces and two very nice pieces guarding the king. Yeah, and rook d6 check, king e8, for example.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, rook d6 played. I mean, king e8 looks very natural, and it almost feels like white has to sacrifice his rook as well. But this will never end in a perpetual.
Exactly. So something like rook takes d5. Knight takes d5, queen c6 check. You are picking up some material, but just what you're saying, Peter, you've sacrificed so much. King e7, that looks like a really good move to me. Again, that queen on a3, so brilliantly placed. No queen d5 checks for you.
Yeah, I don't know, because if I take on d5, it looks way too slow, so it feels almost obligatory to try the check. King e6, try one more check. And if you take on e5, then suddenly my rook joins the party. That's some hope, or first even f4 check. I mean, at least there is something, but I'm not even believing that black is forced to play like this.
Exactly.
Yeah, king e8 played. Magnus down to 2 minutes. Hikaru has a little bit over 3.
Right. By the way, another thing, I mean, we're really harping on the play of the players. Time management, especially in these long matches, is rather an important skill set to have, especially when you get into the Armageddons as well as the Blitz games. I'm thinking that Hikaru's time management has been very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, somehow he combines, and we are seeing exactly that variation that we have been discussing on the board. And probably now the move king f5 would be the more professional move. I mean, but again, Hikaru has the time and he can decide, he can calculate everything very carefully, that can he take on e5 or should he go king f5?
I'm looking at a variation, Peter, king f5. I know it looks a little bit crazy. G4 check, king takes g4, queen g6 check. Yeah, I'm dreaming of involving my rook, but I'm coming empty-handed. Wow, quite a journey by Black's king, huh?
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary to put the king on h5. I just wanted to illustrate that there is such option as well, because I'm not seeing mate, and finally if black gets the move rook ag18, then the black king might walk back to the corner. After all, the queen is alone, and this knight on d5 covers so many check options, so white will have to eventually capture this knight, but if you capture the knight, then you are losing very important time. So this is not really an option. Another question, if after king f5, instead of g4 check, which is of course the most natural one, do you have the time to capture this knight or not?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at that. Queen takes d5. Now we're a whole rook ahead, but the issue is with our king. So we want to go king g6 to h7, but we want to make sure that we can keep the squares covered, specifically the f7 square. So I like that move, Peter, what you've just showed, queen f7. Also
we have
a little...
hang on, Yasser, we have seen some move repetition, but I'm not buying it. I cannot really believe Hikaru going for the repeat with king e7, because if king e7, queen b7 check will be on the board, it will be 3 times repetition.
Okay, so this is the moment of truth. Is he playing for a win, or is he willing to accept a draw to start the opening set of day 2 of this Magnus Carlsen Tour Finals benefiting Kiva? Again, king f5, Peter, it looks...
It's on the board. King
it
f5
is, okay.
On the board. And queen takes d5, queen e7. So exactly as we discussed, e6 check played.
The most natural move is queen e7, but there was some argument to be made for rook f8 as well, so that your king could waltz its way back. Now, Peter, a rook is a rook. It's got a lot of pawns, but what's happening after queen e4 check?
Yeah, well, I hope to run away, but...
King g7, okay. And queen takes d4 check, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, I believe, queen f6.
Okay, I'm gonna try to keep you as discoordinated as possible. So queen check on g4, yeah?
On g4, yeah. Okay, then I go king h7 and, no, king h7, you go if queen e4 check, yeah?
Precisely.
And queen g6 check, queen b7, and this would be a draw.
Exactly, that was my hope.
Yeah, so this is what black has to watch out, not to let happen. And yeah, Hikaru did very nice. He moved the king to g8. And this case, after queen g4 check, he had the move queen g7.
Okay, So now he is securing his king. And looky, the pawn on b3 is still on the board, Peter.
And not only on the board, it's pushed to b2.
I was about to say, as long as that pawn is alive, I mean, it's worth the rook on h8. That rook on h8 one day will get into the game. There's no question it will. You play rook h7 and king h8 and tuck the... But if that pawn on b2 stays, then there's nothing to discuss. It's simply game over.
Yeah, Magnus played the move f4.
And that
rook
feels
b8.
like a...
Rook b8 played by Hikaru at tempo, basically signaling that, yes, I know that you are just bluffing me. And
Exactly.
you're not going to bluff me because I'm confident enough.
Yeah, and that move, rook b8, it's a really, really nice move as you're threatening promotion. And to the move f4 was designed, of course, give me the chance to play f5 and f6, and maybe I can cause some chaos. The move rook b8 just takes all the sails out of white's position. I think that's game over. Again, I look at the players, and every time I look at Magnus, I have this impression that I just don't. Okay, now there I kind of feel like he's like disappointed, and Hikaru's bobbing his head, he's bobbing and weaving, he's feeling it. And what a start to this second set, Peter.
Yeah, and queen e4 being answered with rook h7 also almost instantly. The black king is finding a very, very nice shelter on h8 with the queen on g7. Yeah, Magnus played the move rook b1, but I think already Magnus is getting ready for the next game because he knows that that's it. This is lost.
Exactly. So I would play something like a queen a7 check. I would just like to make sure that whenever you play king h1, I've got a back rank checkmate just to make, that absolutely sure. But Hikaru felt that queen b7 was the right move, and I'm not going to dispute. That looks really good too, Peter.
Yeah, and Magnus already resigned after queen b7, queen e2, rook c7 just sealed it. I mean, black is threatening rook c1. There are no more checks, just one last check on g4, but already black king can escape to h8. So yeah, it's a shocking defeat for Magnus because he came up with a prepared line, and maybe just surprised by one of the move orders, he forgot the preparation, or he just remembered this move queen d2, yeah, because this queen d2 was the cause of trouble. And after queen d2, suddenly black had this very important intermediate move, intermezzo, with queen d5. And practically speaking, it was clear that black is taking over. And we have Tanya with us.
Yeah, Tanya.
That was absolutely explosive. So Hikaru Nakamura is on a one-set lead, and going into set 2, he has won the first game, which means that Magnus Carlsen is playing catch-up on set 2 as well. I have no idea what's going on here. I mean, this has been absolutely, I want to say unexpected, but the way Hikaru's playing, it's making us believe like this is going to be the tone of the match. I mean, it's just been incredible chess by Hikaru. And Peter, let's go through this game really quickly because I got a chance to look at it, and you are completely right that here after queen d2, allowing queen d5 was perhaps the moment when things sort of got out of hand for the world champion. The difference, of course, between this game and what we saw in the same line yesterday in game 2 was when Magnus went for a4 in the opening instead of a3. And I just think like that showed that he's coming in with the preparation. He's ready to take on Hikaru in an opening that's extremely dynamic. When you know your opponent has won a game in a particular opening, it's a really good idea if you can find some new ways to play. But Hikaru was prepared to take on a4. And in this particular position, before queen d2, he had to go rook g3, just making sure that it's harder for black to go queen d5 and pick up the c5 pawn so easily. Instead, he went queen d2. It's still fine. It might not be the best move, but it's still fine. And after queen d5, let's play on, Peter. He went rook g3. The one thing that surprised me was also here he took about 10 minutes on the clock to make this move, which you would think you know, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, you're getting mated on g2. You don't want to play a move like bishop f3 because of queen c5. Rook g3, you play much faster. 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes burnt on the clock for this move. Let's go on here. Hikaru took the pawn on c5. And yes, you were on your money with the suggestion that white has to go queen f4 because black's got this threat of either going long castle or rook d8 and pinning the knight along the d file. Queen f4 keeps things complex on the board. Not an easy position at all. Gets messy, but this would have been the direction he needed to take. Instead, Magnus went for b4, and my hunch is that b4 is the entire idea that he was calculating before going rook g3, which is why he took a while, because he blitzed out g4, not a b4, not a move that you play so quickly. And here, this very creative bishop a3, again, not objectively the best move because computer just suggests to take the pawn on b3, but here to just go knight b3. But what he probably didn't like was that now white is forced to trade off after queen d5. Exactly. So instead he goes for this bishop a3 line. And I just quickly want to show you the point where everything went berserk after bishop a3. He took on a3. This is all fine. Takes on a5. The position is still extremely complex. He had the idea to go rook b3. And like we were discussing this position, it would have been very messy. Just to quickly go through this line, knight b5. Queen a4 has to be played. It's the only move on the board. And knight c7, king d7, queen b6, threatening the rook on a8, threatening queen d6 check. Black has to go queen c6. And this position, this is actually fine for black. And black is able to keep things under control. So let's just back up a little bit. But this was the best line for white to play after this creative b4, bishop a3 stuff that he did go for. After rook g7, the computer just calls out the bad position that white has. And again, you both were completely right. It is because of the C and B pawn, which is going to make life very difficult for the world champion. And Hikaru just found the best moves on the board to counter any threats, any ideas along the board. The only interesting moment in this game was let's play on after c5.
Bishop h5.
Let's have that on the board. Bishop h5 was interesting. Of course, the world champion could have just retreated with the knight as well, but then you're just giving an advantage. King f8, rook g8, everything gets neutralized if you make a move like knight f3 on the board. Perhaps knight f5. It's just black's doing great. The c5, the b3 pawn are just too strong. Instead, bishop h5 on the board after c5, and things got really messy, but actually white never has enough compensation for this piece. And if you just move on a little bit to the point where after king d7, bishop g4, and here, what I really liked was that Hikaru made his intentions really clear after king c6, saying that, you know what, I'm not repeating with king e8. I know I'm better. I know I can defend this position. It looks like a mess, but I thrive on a messy position. And that's exactly what he did. After king c6, bishop e6, and the point where he went rook f6, it looks really dangerous for black, but actually this queen on a3 defends everything. And after king d7, we had this move queen b6. Rook to d6 was played. And this is a point that I think was a little interesting. King e8, there is something that white has a chance in, which I will show you shortly, but actually king c8 is a really good move, and it looks like you're walking in a danger zone and a very difficult move to make on the board, of course, because you're playing in a rapid format, one check and it's game over. But the thing is that the knight on e7 and the bishop on d5 defend everything, and after rook d5, knight d5, queen c6 doesn't work because of knight c7. And queen e6, you just go king b8 and everything is under control. But king e8 is definitely the human move. And let's back up. Here, king e8, a bishop d5, rook d6. And this position after knight d5, it's a complete mess on the board. And I don't know, perhaps Peter and Yas, you could explain this better to us. But after queen c6, king e7, the line that we were looking at, again, queen b7 happened, king e6 happened. This was all played on the board. Magnus down on the clock majorly, still trying to keep the game alive. And now queen c6, king f5. And queen d5, queen e7. Here, white could have just... The computer actually says that white after taking on b3, black is clearly better, but it's, there are still chances, not really chances, but he still has to find some defense of the king. And I was expecting a much bigger advantage on the computer, but it gives around plus 1.5 with the brief look that I had.
Wow.
Which was very, very strange. But of course, the king finds its safety. And I think when you're playing on minutes and you're down a rook, it's almost impossible to find anything with black in this position. The idea is to go f4 next, but it's just, I think it's hard to believe that anyone can survive this position with the black pieces, despite being a king in the center and a couple of pawns down. But I was surprised with the engine evaluation. What a start by Hikaru Nakamura. Let's just have the last position on the board. Yes, like you said, this b2 pawn, there's just nothing to fight for here. And what a win by Hikaru we had. And we are going to have kickoff really soon. So Magnus Carlsen playing catch up in their set 2 match. Again, Hikaru Nakamura showing exactly the approach that he did in yesterday's set. And it's going to be interesting to watch if Magnus, I'm predicting Hikaru to go e4, and I'm wondering if Magnus is going to reply with the knight off, because that would again mean going into complex position and perhaps could mean Hikaru better prepared. He's finding it easier to take on such positions. And before we do have liftoff and we bring in some of the insights that we've received from our viewers, of course, we've got a hot drop from the world champion with his course on Chessable on Endgame Play. It's called the Magnus Touch Endgames. Definitely check that out, and also take a look at the 20-minute free lesson, which gives you an idea of what the course is about. Take a look at this.
You still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
Indeed, and a very, very educational and an instructive and a mega entertaining course. Just we saw in that last position, the ideas of how to place your pieces, how to go f5 and create those passed pawns in endgames. Learn how to play endings like a pro. Definitely check that course out. Let's take a look at what we had on Twitter as well. We had Christopher writing in with Hikaru is to continue winning the match due to his great esteem, and Magnus has to get out of his doubts and step up if he is to catch up. Yes, and Peter, when I was watching these two on the cam and also seeing their pace, I also got the feeling like Magnus is doubting himself a little bit on the moves. He's taking just that extra time, not 10 minutes, burning 10 minutes for a move like Rook G3 in a classical game still makes a lot of sense. But in this rapid format, it does feel like he's struggling a bit with his rhythm. Did you feel that as well?
Absolutely, Tanya. Struggling is a very good way of describing what I saw. I can't recall a professional grandmaster using 2/3 of his time on one move. And that really was a big surprise. But as you went through the game, Tanya, I mean, we're in the fire, right? So like we're nervous about the moves. But when you went through the whole game and you presented it holistically, if you will, I became more and more aware that, well, Hikaru just played a very good game. I mean, please do point out where he erred. Otherwise, I mean, he just kept playing a lot of good moves, and he was very practical about his own handling of the clock. So overall, Peter, jump right in. I'm thinking that Hikaru was a deserved winner of that game.
Absolutely, Yasser. I mean, clearly he deserved to win. I think the only problem for Magnus was that, I mean, having lost the set yesterday and coming eager to bounce back, it must have been an incredible psychological blow when he realized that he mixed up the moves and because of mixed up, maybe instead of having a nice preparation on the board, he's maybe practically lost. And when you realize that suddenly with the white pieces, you are presenting your opponent basically a free victory, because the point is the way how good Hikaru is playing. Magnus must feel that whenever he loses control, he will be punished. And, before getting punished, you might feel that you have a way to get out of it. But yesterday he got punished, so by now he really must feel like he has to have everything under control. And all of a sudden, just with 70 minutes on the clock, he blitzed one more move out way too fast, and things turned. And Hikaru jumped with queen d5 at the chance and played a brilliant game. And Magnus never had a chance in this game to come back.
Wow. Tanya, back to you.
Absolutely, Peter, and definitely a very, very difficult start and a nightmare of a start with the white pieces, like you pointed out. And clearly it was a prep that Magnus had come with, playing a4, playing this line that we saw yesterday, and it just does not work. What is it that the world champion is going to bring in game 2? He's definitely got to step it up. We'll find out. As you can see, we've got a countdown going on. We've got about another minute. So perhaps we could get another tweet up before we go to the action, because we got some really interesting stuff. And of course, Hikaru setting the day with day 2 of his. And let's play this. Yes, there he is. And again, so far, this tweet has aged rather well, because winning that game 1 with the black pieces in set 2 could not have started better. And like you pointed out, that really he deserved it. He played fast. He played accurately. He played dynamically. He was not scared of the position, the mess on the board. Took all the action head on. We're about to lift off. So Peter, yes, what are our opening predictions? Do you think we'll see a night off?
I definitely am with you 100% on the 1e2 e4 prediction. Hikaru has been dictating quite well with the white pieces with 1e4. Conversely, Magnus has not gotten good games with either the Najdorf or, well, his Sicilian. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see e4 a Berlin and or a Caro-Kann. I just don't think that the Sicilian is bringing it for the world champion. Peter, your thoughts?
Well, my thought is that after the game what just had happened, I feel like Magnus wants to play a quiet game, just to get into the game and play a normal chess and get back to his strengths. And e4 on the board and e5 on the board. Yeah, I'm liking this, because now what Magnus really needs to do is to calm down, because he had lost the first set. He jumped at Hikaru and he lost with the white pieces the very first game. If he still wants to turn this set, then he needs a draw now. He needs to settle down then. Or it's also, just to play solid, because it's also not clear for Hikaru what he should be doing. Because, okay, after all, there are 2 more games, but we are seeing one of the lines which Hikaru already used against Magnus in their match in Lindores Abbey, when Hikaru knocked Magnus out. And this is a very, very solid line from Hikaru. I don't know if he has drawish intentions and says that, okay, please, Magnus, you will get 1 more white game. And in that game, you have to burn all bridges. I don't know. But right now, having this position on the board, this very drawish position, it might be a signal, yeah. And we are seeing repetition, maybe.
Wow. Well, again, I think that's a very practical decision by Hikaru to say, okay, I won with black. This is like the greatest thing in the world ever. And we've seen quite a number of Grandmaster draws in this very, very precise, Grandmaster draw. And Hikaru is basically saying, you got to beat me. I'm not going to do what I did with Daniel Duboff and beat myself. I'll make a draw with white, and you've got to come back and win game 3. Otherwise, I don't see you winning on demand with the black pieces. Well, a little cynical, Peter, but hey, look, this is a match, right? You're there to win the match, not necessarily to win the hearts and minds of the public.
Yeah, well, I mean, this has different aspects because if now Magnus will bounce back and Hikaru loses today's set, then everybody will heavily criticize Hikaru that, of course, how could you have done this? It was not the right way to do it. But if he just smoothly goes on and wins the match today, I mean, the second set, then everybody will say, wow, it was what a great decision, because I mean, giving away the white pieces just like this, it's never easy. There is also, however, another aspect, and it might mean that Hikaru knows that Magnus was not feeling comfortable in the first game against this variation in the Vienna which he prepared. And by immediately forcing a draw in this game, he gives no time for Team Magnus to really come up with a new idea there. And if Magnus has to switch from that opening, then maybe Hikaru will feel like, aha, I achieved something. I forced my opponent somewhere where he actually had no intention of going before the match. So there are all kinds of aspects, and that's why I'm loving this format, because if it would be in a tournament, then the public would go crazy, like, wow, what is this? Disrespecting the public, this is draw and like this. But for the whole show, for the whole entertainment and for the whole match, this game actually is not important, because the match is thrilling and we will be still seeing incredible fights before this second set ends.
Absolutely. And as I was watching you on the broadcast, Peter, I saw the green bar. The green bar is our Kiva bar. We are raising money for Kiva and helping their cause. And our goal for this finals was to raise $50,000 from the chess community. And I'm seeing as much green, or well, maybe a little, just a smidge more white, but thank you each and every one of you for contributing to our Impact Chess campaign and helping the global community with microlending. Please go to kiva.com and check out their organization and all the things that they do. Yesterday we had Henrique. He was on our show and he talked all about Kiva, and I hope you got a chance to catch that segment, because it really sounds like a great and worthwhile effort to support. So thank you for that. And you can also support Kiva by becoming a premier member, Chess24. Check it out. There's a coupon code, Kiva Finals, that you can use, which gives you a 30% discount to begin with. And 50% of your money is going to go to the Kiva campaign as well. So a great time, Tanya, to become a premier member and to support our Kiva campaign.
100% agree. Yes, I think it's just a great time to get into chess. I think there's just so much going on. It's just an amazing game that survived the pandemic and given us so much joy with this entire Magnus Carlsen chess tour, the broadcasts that we've had, the games we've had, the action we've had with the very best and the strongest players in the world coming to fight for high prize funds, as well as showing absolute world-class play in a rapid and blitz format. It's been an incredible journey, and a big shout out to the world champion and the Chess24 team for setting up this Magnus Carlsen chess tour so that all of us can sit back and enjoy with some popcorn. And of course, you're totally right. An amazing deal with the 30% off on premium membership. You also get access to video series by our authors. There's the world champion Vishy Anand, there's world champion Magnus Carlsen, Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, Grandmaster Peter Swidler, and many others who've done intense training courses on openings and middle games and end games that you have to check out. And like you said, Yas, it's a great way to invest in your own education, but also impact the society and impact the community, because you are supporting Kiva. 50% of all premium memberships go to Kiva's campaign to help underserved communities survive this challenge. The good news, of course, doesn't stop there, because we also have the Magnus Carlsen chess course on endgames from Chessable, which has been released. You have to check it out. There's an inaugural 40% off on it. So a great time to learn all about the endings and how to play that. I think the last game that we had between Magnus and Hikaru, the quick draw that we saw in this opening, as as Alexander Grischuk says, it's the Soviet approach, the professional approach. When something goes wrong and you're shaky and you've lost the game, the good thing, the professional thing, the right thing to do after that is to stabilize, is to just maybe just play a little solid, a quick draw, get your nerves back together, just get yourself together, and then have a go at it again. And Magnus Carlsen will be playing game 3 with the white pieces, as Peter, you pointed out, an extremely important game, because this is the final white that the world champion will have in today's set. We're going to be back with the action soon. Check out this trailer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
Our partner for the tour final is Kiva, the non-profit with a mission to expand financial access to help underserved communities. Kiva does incredible work providing microloans to help people around the world create opportunity for themselves and their communities. When the pandemic started, Kiva set up a global COVID-19 response fund to help small businesses get back on their feet. Their target? To raise $50 million to support thousands of people around the world. Chess24 wants to help make that happen. During the tour's final, we will be donating 50% of all proceeds from new premium memberships to Kiva. Go premium, and you will not just be supporting us and getting the best chess entertainment out there, you will be supporting people in times of need through Kiva. And if you are premium already, you can buy sponsored premium memberships for schools in cities and countries of your choice in our shop. Let's show how chess can play its part together.
When you look at farmers in the rural areas of Tanzania and Uganda, the way that they farm is very manual, labor intensive, and they can't afford to buy equipment outright. And so we're focused on raising the level of income by selling productive use equipment with financing.
Simzola uzuri wake ukiipanga toka saa 2, hata kama mvua ikinyesha upepo ukija unakuta imetulia vile vile na mwanzo wa mwisho. Haisumbui kama zile zingine. Kwa mfano ingelikuwa ile mafuta baadaye inahitaji ukajaze upepo.
Tofauti na sasa hivi ukishadumbukiza ile sola unarusha ile nanga, unatulia, unapumzika. Kama ni ndani ya lisali moja, unatulia lisali moja, unakuja kuanza kazi.
Nilikuwa na mitumbi miwili. Hizo taa nilipewa taa 2 kwa ajili ya majaribio. Baada hapo, baada ya kama miezi 3, niliongeza mtumbi wa 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
Yeah,
many years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
Indeed, a very educational and instructive course on endings. I think that's one part of the game that we all really struggle in. And if the world champion gives some help in that and gives us tips and tricks on how to improve, I think we've got to grab it. But some big news, Yas and Peter, and a big shout out to actually our audience who pointed it out to me on Twitter, that game one, there was actually a big save for Magnus Carlsen. Right in this position, he played e6, and e6 is a terrible blunder and the game is out of hand. But instead of e6, he had this stunning line, but I have to say that it's very difficult to play this on the board and it's a computer line. The move is rook c1, just a quiet move, but an very impressive move. And I think the only way that I can break this down is that you have to bring the rook into the game to have some chances of giving checks on the board, of creating any trouble for Black's king. Let's see how this line progresses. Of course, there are multiple ways in which Black can react. The best move here is b2. Queen e5, in fact, is a big blunder, and White is checkmating after queen f7. And regardless of where Black's king goes, it doesn't matter. There is a mate follow-up because now the rook is in the game. So instead of queen e5, b2 is the line. And here, queen f3, White has to be extremely precise. Queen f3, king g6, rook c6 check, king goes to g7, and queen g4 check. Again, this is all pretty forced. Black has no better move than king f8 here. White goes queen f5, has to go king e8 because king g8 runs into mate or a queen loss. King e8 is the only move. Queen g6 check, and take a look at this, guys. After king d7, rook d6, king c8, rook c6, king d7, rook d6 was actually a draw in this position. I think the most difficult point in this entire line is to find the move rook c1. And I have a feeling that if Magnus would have found rook c1, the follow-up itself is not that hard. We do have liftoff, so let's get straight to the action. And we'll come back to what's going on the social media. Connect with us using the hashtag ImpactChess.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you to our audience. What a remarkable move. Peter, rook c1, I would describe that as alien chess. It never entered my consciousness. What a move. What a save that might have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are the moves that you can find in correspondence chess, but not with 1 minute on the clock. And also, the point was that the way they reached to this position did not give Magnus the feeling that he has a perpetual check. Yeah, I mean, it felt like it's desperate attempt to continue, and he kind of acknowledged that, yeah, if Black plays correct like Hikaru did, then probably he's losing. So this is one of the most difficult things to shift in the mindset of a chess player, that when you don't have the logic behind what is happening, then you can miss out at such computer moves.
Exactly. Now, let me just set the table for everybody who can join us late. Again, shame on you for joining us late, because we are in the Magnus Carlsen Tour Finals. We are in day 2. It's a 7-set affair. The first player to win 4 days of competition. Hikaru won the first day of competition. He leads 1 set to love. Magnus fans was hoping that Magnus would snap back and tie the set, but guess what? On our opening game, Magnus with the white pieces went down in an absolute chaotic thriller. Game 2 was a perfunctory grandmaster draw, as Hikaru made a very, very short draw with the white pieces. And now I think this is literally all or nothing. Magnus is, I think, really, mathematically speaking, in a must-win situation right here. He has to win this game with white to tie this set, Peter.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, with white, it's the last white game. I mean, you know that you have to try to use all your chances, and it's very interesting how Magnus approaches this game. And let's just go back right to the start, because there are a lot of finesses. I mean, we have also seen yesterday Magnus using 1c4 in a must-win situation in game 4 in their first set. Hikaru answered it with e5, and the first little move that's kind of I wouldn't call it a surprise, but something new compared to the first set is the move g3. So Magnus deviates, and he kind of anticipates that Hikaru always relies on this knight f6, bishop g2, d5 setup. And if he is ready to play this setup, then this move order with g3, bishop g2, without placing the knight to c3 makes perfect sense, because it gives white more options. And after knight c6 castles, knight b6, Magnus indicates that, yeah, I want to make use of this. If I ever get my bishop to b2 with the knight on b1, yet then I'm putting immediate pressure. However, Hikaru played the move bishop e6, basically trying to make sense that, I understand that you want me to get somewhere. Let me not go along your way. So he went bishop e6, and now Magnus changed the strategy and played the move queen c2, and queen d7 had been played by rook d1. To be honest, I have never seen this position in my life.
And I played the English most of my life, and I've never seen the position, Peter. So that makes two of us. And castles, whoa. Okay, we kind of set the table and said, yeah, Hikaru wants to play chaotic games, full-blooded, full-bodied games that feature just a lot of intense play, where, you know, there's a great deal of pressure on both sides at each and every turn. This move, castles, I would say that ups the ante, Peter. Do you know what the word ante means when you play poker?
No.
It basically means I'm putting more money into the pot. I'm raising the pressure. I'm raising the ante with this move's castles, long as both kings are on opposite flanks.
Yeah, but I have the feeling that after Black committed bishop e6 and queen d7, the long castle was kind of the logical follow-up, because White is ready to, for example, let's just imagine that Black mixes the plans and goes bishop e7. White has the option of going bishop b2, hitting the e5 pawn, and if you play f6, then all of a sudden White breaks the center with a very timely d2, d4, and the position opens up before Black managed to castle, and suddenly the long diagonal opens and Black might be in big trouble. So if already having said A with bishop e6 and queen c2, queen d7, then long castle had to be played. Now also the reason why Magnus switches the strategy and develops the knight first to c3 is that a move like bishop b2 could be really unpleasantly answered by bishop f5 hitting the queen, and there is no good way of dealing with that, because after d3 Black has the move e5, e4 using the d file, and e4 of course is not an option, because after bishop g4 you ruin your structure and Black is strategically winning. Move like queen c1 allows also all kinds of activity, so White had to develop the knight in order to have central control. And after bishop f5 he can make a move d3, and we see that the rook is protected thanks to the knight on c3.
So just to be clear, e5, e4 is no longer a threat, because after d takes e4, the knight on c3 protects the rook, and White is for choice, no question. After the move knight c3, Peter, we've seen f7, f6 that slows down any potential of knight g5. And, you know, again, when I ever see these positions where the kings are on opposite flanks, I always think to myself that these are the hardest types of middle game positions to play. Why? Because the pressure is on both players to start attacking plans against the opposing king. So this move f7, f6, a prelude to g5, h5, h4, And the fact that black's king is already on the queen side, white's natural reaction is to try to play a3, b4, or maybe knight e4, knight c5. How do you see the various plans before the players?
Yeah, this reminds me and probably everyone who is familiar with chess of the dragon structure with reverse colors. Of course, it's different. It has completely new elements and dynamics. I do believe that if white starts to play on the queen side, it's going to be too slow, because actually black just needs the move g5 and g4, kicking the knight away from f3, and then he will get a lovely control of the d4 square with his knight on c6. So to my mind, actually, it's a race of tempos, and white has to make sure that he breaks out. He has this d2, d4 move ready before black gets g5, g4 in, because after this comes, white will never have enough time.
Right. Whew. Okay, so now having said that, since g5, g4 is, as you say, threatening, and white really does want to get in this d4, I like what you're doing, Peter. I like this move, bishop b2, and I like answering g5 with the move d4. I mean, again, talk about upping the ante and making it as double-edged, literally fire on the board everywhere, in the center, on the king side, on the queen side. This is great stuff, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only problem, again, Magnus is forced to burn time, because he knows that this position is very crucial. And yeah, I hope for him, and I think a part of all the Hikaru fans, everybody is hoping that, yeah, Magnus finds back to himself and he comes back, and we will see a thrilling second set, because yesterday was fantastic. And Magnus plays d4 immediately, basically even feeling that maybe there is no time to waste for bishop b2. He wanted to make sure that he gets d4, because even the point is that after bishop b2, maybe black could simply play knight d4. This is really powerful, and knight takes d4, e takes d4, and you never get d4 in. And if black will have a chance of destroying your structure with d3, then you don't even want to see that. In this regard, then d4 was like almost the only move. But then why did Magnus take so much time? Yeah, there are all these aspects. Very interesting.
Yeah, okay. So after d4, let's imagine there's a pawn to be captured, Peter. Let's take it.
Yeah, and Hikaru did take it. E takes d4 played. I'm somehow... Okay, I'm not guessing anything, sorry, because it's just way too complicated. I almost said that knight b5 would be natural, but it runs into knight b4.
Exactly. Knight b5, threatening the pawn on d4, stopping bishop c5. So black cannot defend the pawn on d4 with bishop c5, queen c5. But knight b5, unfortunately, as you spotted, runs into knight b4. There is the continuation queen e4, but I think that the variation stops quite shortly after bishop d5.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels wrong, and Magnus is not interested about this whole process. He says, yes, it was very important for me to get d4 in. Let me continue quietly developing bishop b2 as if nothing happened, because this pawn on d4 is not running away.
A very, very restrained move indeed. Wow. All I can say is I'm spotting a lot of tactics in the position, and I'm not sure that tactically things are actually going to work out for our world champion here. Imagine king b8, Peter. And again, imagine king b8, knight e4, just to put a move on the board. There is a move like knight b4 to be followed by d4, d3. Yes, white will win back his pawn, but maybe not in the nicest way, Peter?
Yeah, whenever you have to take ed3 to take back the pawn, it's I think you just stop right there. You don't want to look further. I feel like move knight e4 is definitely not Magnus has in mind.
Okay.
On the other hand, also the move king b8, I think the position is so difficult to play. and there are so many different options. This is maybe one of the real problems of rapid chess, that when you are confronted with such position, how much time can you afford to take to make the right decision here? Yeah, you understand that probably you are in control, and if you would be playing the correct move, everything is fine, while you are risking that if you play too fast, you let the control slip out of your hands. But yeah, the move king b8, of course, very natural. However, there are also moves like bishop f5 coming to mind, because it hits the queen on c2, and this queen on c2 is quite harmonious. It's another big question how white is going to deal with a move like bishop f5, to my mind. There are millions of questions, and I don't know the answers yet.
True. The reason I picked king b8, because in rapid chess, you often have to sacrifice the perfect for the good. And what I mean to say by that is, in rapid chess, you just need to make a lot of good moves, just a lot of good moves, consistently and quickly. In classical chess, you're definitely looking for the perfect move for each and every situation, as you have time to burn. In rapid chess, you really don't want to get behind on the clock. Having said that, I must say that it's nice to see both players with a very balanced 10 minutes apiece. Peter, your move was Hikaru's choice, bishop f5, just putting the question to the queen.
Yeah, I think it's just way too tempting. I mean, because you again feel like, how will white react? And if you don't know the answer, you want to find out. And you also have the feeling that if you don't know the answer, then maybe your opponent also doesn't know the answer. So please burn some time. There are all the reasons in the world why you should be thinking and thinking and thinking. And thank you very much. That's exactly what I want from you.
Exactly. So bishop f5, and again, I'm thinking queen c1, Peter. Okay, again, I don't want to burn 10 minutes as Magnus did in an earlier game of the set, and that throw the ball essentially back to Hikaru. Now that you've put my queen on c1, maybe knight b5 is really a good... Okay, you've made the answer, and that answer was d4, d3. As you said, e takes d3 is a move I really want to shy away from, and if I'm going to shy away from that, I got to kick the bishop. So maybe knight h4 d2. How embarrassing! Oh my goodness! Show that to our audience. Now that's a queen trap you don't see very often, Peter. I mean, how did the pawn get to d2?
Yeah, not at all. And the point behind bishop f5, of course, to play d4, d3. But actually, it was not my move. It was Hikaru's move, d3. And
I apologize. I didn't realize that we were actually, I thought the players were thinking of it. So d3 on the board. So take back that knight h4 move, because that's definitely not the move that Magnus wants to play. Okay, d3, Peter, a challenge indeed.
Yeah, very big challenge, because, I mean, you don't want to play e takes d3. You also don't want to tolerate this pawn on d3. You don't want to go e4 because it weakens your structure, plus it closes your bishop, plus also the black pawn on d3 remains. So maybe you want it or not, you have to take e d3 and then try to push d4 and try to use this pawn as a Trojan horse. I mean, just at all costs, you keep on pushing it, and you don't care if it's lost or not. Just push it.
Exactly. Well, I'm terrible. I'm looking at the players, and for me, the bobbing and weaving, when I see that, I usually think that it means that Hikaru is satisfied. I look at Magnus, and I just can't read the man. I just don't know, what he makes out of the position. Okay, sorry, Peter. There was one trick, though. If you go e4 and bishop g4, one trick is there a possibility of, say, knight d5, and I want to take with the rook on d3 after that capture, and I'm hoping that I'll regain material equality. Knight b4. Okay, rook d4, just to continue the variation for sac.
Yeah, but it looks very
It looks
unappealing.
suspicious, yeah?
Somehow it doesn't look right. Doesn't feel right.
I'm just not exactly sure, though, because, well, I mean, in certain way, the trumps that White has is that the rook on h8 and the bishop on f8 are still, fortunately for him, out of the game. And we did see e takes d3. Definitely a move that Magnus was not pleased about, Peter.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I can imagine that Black objectively should be better, and also he's in a situation that actually White is supposed to win this game in order to come back in the match.
Exactly.
The big question is, however, for me that, I mean, if Hikaru feels that he has a chance, then I believe he should try to take it, because after all, why would you leave it to the last game if you feel that there is a chance to be able to finish the match earlier?
Exactly.
And Magnus had to take risk, and he has done some things to his positionally which are very much anti-Magnus, yeah, because he doesn't like to damage his pawn structure. All this harmony is kind of gone. We have seen Hikaru playing bishop h3, bishop h1 also blitzed out. I mean, clearly, if Magnus would have a chance, he would say, yeah, let's just turn the board, and I would be so happy to be Black.
Exactly. I wanted to say, as you were talking, that I really, really do like the move bishop h3 a great deal, trying to trade off that key defender, the bishop on g2. To make that trade would be greatly strategically in Black's favor. So the move bishop h1, while expected, on the other hand, makes a really bad impression as well, because it's sort of like this bishop on h3 is actually pretty darn good, and a lot to be said, Peter, for playing h5, h4, and trying to get an initiative going on the king side for Black.
Yeah, that's an option. However, if you go h5, I might have the time of pushing this to d4, and it would be some kind of a relief to be able to push this d pawn, because if I advance it to d5, then new dynamics appear. I mean, I perfectly get what you are saying, that Black seems to be very fast also after h4, but having the Black pieces and being in such a comfortable situation, I feel like something like bishop g4 would be a very natural way to try to stop d4. But as we see during the game, actually bishop g4 had been played by Hikaru, and d3, d4 had been anyway played by Magnus. He just has to free himself. He has to open up the d file at all costs to get some counter chances.
Absolutely. And bishop g4, very natural move as well, eschewing h5, h4 style attacks, pinning the knight, maybe presenting opportunities for queen f5 and queen h5. But here, capturing the pawn is doubtlessly a relief for White. But having said that, you know, a pawn's a pawn, Peter. I mean, I'm a member of the Pawn Grubbers. I'm the president of the Pawn Grubbers Association. Why can't I take a pawn?
Yeah, I know that you are the president. I know. Definitely one has the feeling that this is a poison pawn. However, the absolutely thematic way of punishing it does not seem to work, because rook d4, queen d4, knight d5 is met by queen c5, and you are protecting on c7. So this is not the way to go. But simply after knight d4, even if I just remove my bishop without any specific, all these tactics are looming in the air. And Hikaru said, you know what, I'm not interested about this pawn. You are trying to get rid of it. I'm going to take it when I feel like taking it. And Hikaru chose a very nice positional strategical move, bishop b4, because let's just imagine Black gets a chance of trading this bishop for the knight and occupying the d5 square. That's exactly what he would need. And I don't think that Magnus can afford this. He has to do something against this idea.
Exactly. And behind this move, there's also a tactical sequence, Peter, and it might go At d5, the desirable d5 would run into bishop takes c3, pawn takes c6, and queen takes d1. Whoops. Once that knight on c3 got captured, the rook on d1 wasn't protected by the minor piece, and black wins.
Yeah. However, okay, if after d5 you take on c3, I'm definitely going to capture it back. The only question, what is the most efficient capture? And d5 had been played by Magnus.
Aha. Okay, so we're about to see bishop takes c3, I do believe. And after bishop takes c3, Peter, again, this knight on g4 is still in a pin too. So it doesn't make it that much easier to take advantage of the knight being on d5. So shall we imagine bishop c3, queen c3, knight d5, queen c5 as a continuation, or do you like somewhere else to go with the queen?
Well, maybe I would love to go somewhere else, but I don't see where. Yeah, and there are good arguments for queen c5, yeah, because if I manage to provoke some b6, then maybe I'm going to go queen b5 and you weaken your light squares.
Right.
And yeah, we are seeing bishop takes c3, queen takes c3 on the board, knight takes d5 also
d5.
played. And queen c4.
Queen c4. Okay.
It makes perfect sense because now white is threatening to take rook takes d5 because then this little tactics, maybe Magnus feels like thanks to this he gains 1/2 little tempo, which is very important for him to coordinate his forces.
Exactly. Well, that threat strikes me as so good that I would deal with it by retreating my bishop to e6, Peter. I think a lot of
e6,
players
natural,
in our audience.
On the other hand, also, I'm feeling relieved, yeah, that this pin had been resolved.
Agreed. That is, you do get that sense of relief. But again, setting the table, it's really the simple, folks. Magnus is going to have to win this game to stay in the set, we believe, because he could potentially win on demand with black, a much harder ask. So he's got to win this game, Peter.
Yeah, he needs to win, but I think right now the most important thing is to forget about the result of this game because the game is so complex and Magnus is again down to 5 minutes. What he needs is making good moves, and then finally what comes out of it because if he cares too much about the result, it will not end any good. I mean, he will be done on time, he might lose this game and the set would be lost. He needs to focus because black is for sure perfectly fine. On the other hand, I also feel like Magnus can maybe live with this position compared to what he had a few moves back.
Okay, fair enough. Knight d4 on the board. Earlier, black also had the option of taking the knight on c6 and the knight on f3 off the board when he could have captured on d4 with the knight. And I thought Hikaru made the right decision. As long as the knight stays on f3, the bishop on h1, its view is blocked. So this move, knight d4, makes perfect logic. And after, for example, knight takes d4, I can imagine the rook capturing just so that this rook on a1 can quickly enter the game. Hikaru has played, intriguingly, the move bishop f7. Was that your first choice, Peter? It certainly wasn't mine.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, basically bishop f7 almost indicates for me like Hikaru is thinking too much about the result right now because he wants safety. But can I just take on c6, and if queen takes c6, do I have queen g4 check? Is that an option?
Absolutely. Go for that pawn on g7 by all means. And by the way, I mean, taking on c6, I have to play queen takes c6. And we do see knight takes c6 on the board, Peter. So I think this bishop f7, I've been lauding Hikaru, and I think I just saw Hikaru like slam his hands on the table as if to say, darn it, what am I thinking? This move, bishop f7, might have been like the first time we've seen a mistake. I mean, just a flat out mistake, because he's missed Queen G4, Peter. He has missed Queen G4.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying, that maybe he simply thought like, okay, I understand my opponent has compensation, so let me just play bishop f7 and knight c6, queen c6, takes. White will have anyway wonderful compensation, but enough only for draw. And this suits me perfectly fine. And then you just make this move, and then you tell yourself, oh my God, what did I do? Because you immediately spot queen g4 check. And this is now what we are seeing. Magnus is back in the match.
Absolutely. A huge turnaround. That move, bishop f7, I mean, it looked really artificial. It felt wrong, and it was a blunder, a mistake. Now the question is, can Magnus capitalize? I have to apologize to Ding Liren, but I felt most severely that in his match with Magnus Carlsen, Ding really failed to capitalize on his opportunities. Will Magnus be able to? And by the way, Magnus actually has 5 minutes. This might be Magnus's moment. I mean, how do you say, rise to the occasion when you have to win on demand, which is so difficult, and you accomplish it. It really sends a very positive signal to yourself. You say, okay, I can do this. And it really blows the wind out of the sails of your opponent. This is a huge, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And the whole point is that why it's also very difficult now for Hikaru to face this situation, simply that the opening has gone so much in his favor. He had been so in control, and having even be ahead on the scoreboard. So everything seemed to have gone his way. Usually people say like, you should never think about the score of the match. But I believe there was maybe a moment when Hikaru thought like, okay, I'm leading now, even here I'm better, maybe I can finish this match right here. And from my experience, I know that even in a blitz game, whenever I feel like, this is the position I can't lose, even if I want, exactly at that moment when these thoughts cross my mind, I already made the mistake and I'm losing.
Right.
It's very, very interesting. And yeah, now we see also Hikaru is very, very angry with himself, because simply now he's losing a pawn, not just losing because the pawn material will be equal, but his structure will be spoiled, and all of a sudden White's two bishops on the long diagonals are doing incredible jobs. So practically speaking, this is looking very, very bad for Hikaru.
Exactly. And one of the things that, they have such an incredible skill set. These world champions, the Garry Kasparovs, the Anatoly Karpovs, the Vladimir Kramniks, the Magnus Carlsens, when they spoil a position, they have this skill set of surviving. And man, they just, grit down and they tough it out. Okay, let's try to tough it out a little bit here for Hikaru. Imagine queen d7, queen takes g7. What else? What you said about my kingside structure is absolutely true. I'm really angry. But let me say that I've got one good thing going for me in the positions, the knight on d5. Let me just say, okay, fortify it, c7, c6. It's a ridiculous move, I know, but how could Magnus push his advantage, Peter? I'm trying to set a trap. I hope I haven't set a trap for myself. The trap I wanted to set was bishop takes f6, rook g8. And I think you got your hand caught in the cookie jar there a little.
Yeah, but I mean, simply the point is that look at the time situation. I mean, Hikaru is down to 1.5 minutes, and it's clear that he's completely shocked and very, very angry with himself. And
yeah,
this is the moment when all these factors together, the position deteriorating plus all your emotions combined, is making it very, very hard. But of course, the top players, as you mentioned, all these super guys and world champions, legends, and so on, throughout their career, they had been incredibly strong, adjusting very quickly to the situation, that even if they were completely lost and they are all of a sudden winning, they will not think about this, that, I was lost, so let's be satisfied that I'm escaping with the draw. They will immediately jump on that moment and make the best out of that. So I'm pretty sure that Hikaru will put up hell of a resistance. On the other hand, if Magnus gets the confidence out of this game and he calms down and we start to see Magnus playing like he can, then Hikaru might regret this miss really very much, because he awakened the beast in Magnus.
Well, exactly. And just while you were talking, Peter, I was forcefully reminded of an interview we had with Magnus after his match with Ding Liren, where he was explaining to Tanya he really did not like his position one bit. And he expected in one particular position of the Sicilian for Ding to play the move knight b3, when, in Magnus's words, he felt he was lost. Ding didn't play the move knight b3. Ding played the move a2, a3, and instantly Magnus leapt on his opportunity and said bishop takes a3, and bang, 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 the game was over. So he went from, yeah, I know I'm lost, to, oh, here's my chance, and bang, I play for the win now. It was quite a dramatic turnaround.
Yeah, we are seeing now stabilizing moves. I mean, Black had kicked the queen away with rook g8, queen h6, queen f5, a very nice move, queen f5, because now Black kind of signals that I want to get my counterplay with knight f4 going somewhere. So okay. Magnus made the very natural prophylactic move, bringing back that bishop from h1 to g2, threatening bishop h3 pin. So
Hikaru, a reminder, yeah, bishop h3 check, yeah.
Yeah, did play king b8 a tempo, and rook d4, a move I like very, very much, because getting ready for the pin and also taking control of the f4 square just in case for any knight sacrifices. And now we are seeing things are developing very fast. The players, after rook d4, Hikaru played rook d8, queen d2, the white queen comes back. That was another purpose behind rook d4, that now white gets harmony. And after c6, the move b3, b4 had been played, and Hikaru plays queen h5 almost instantly. A very clever move, because before white gets b4, b5 in, you have to bother white. And right. With queen h5, black threatens to enter with the rook to e2, and white has to deal with this threat.
Exactly. Again, I mean, Hikaru, it's so difficult. You talk about, hey, how do I get better as a chess player? You're going to have a lot of challenges when you play chess. And one of them is keeping calm, keeping your nerves, and at the same time, stop beating yourself. A moment ago, Hikaru was arguably, right at the finish line. All he needed was a draw, and he blundered. You're going to blunder. And the point is, after you've made your blunder, how are you going to play? Are you going to put up resistance, or are you going to fold and lose very badly? And here we're seeing that Hikaru is putting up resistance. That move, queen h5, by the way, I thought b4 was great. White was ready to, turn on the jets, the attacking jets, I mean. And somehow queen h5 really took away because trading everything, that wasn't what Magnus wanted to do, Peter?
Exactly. I mean, this queen h5 was very, very strong, and already this whole sequence of queen f5, rook d8, c6, I mean, just shows why Hikaru is so strong in this format, because, I mean, being shocked and being low on time, he went all the way down to 1.5 minutes, even 1:24 if I'm not getting it wrong. Mm-hmm. However, then he collected himself and played, I think, very, very strong moves. And certainly, I mean, white wanted more than this endgame. Right. On the other hand, white is better thanks to the two bishops. But there is also this psychology that Hikaru has saved yesterday already one opposite colored bishop position being pawned down against Magnus, and maybe he can rely on this experience trying to hold this position.
Wow. Talk about gaining confidence and momentum. A while ago, I'm almost just gifting Magnus the entire point and saying, like the position was so good for Magnus, he's just going to clinch and win. And if Hikaru just does somehow manage to save this game, my prediction of Hikaru victory is looking really awesomely good on point, because that would be a remarkable save. I mean, it still looks terrible. But there are times you begin to think that, I'm getting close to saving a position, Peter.
Yeah, now we see the move Queen B1.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of an invitation to something similar we had seen yesterday, because White, okay, don't get me wrong, White has many options, and my first instinct is definitely not to take this pawn, because I believe that even after something like Queen takes B1, Bishop takes B1, a move like G3, G4 followed by King G3 is a very natural way of putting the pressure and relying on the two bishops and claiming that, okay, you have this structural deficit. But of course, we have to mention what happens after bishop takes d5, c takes d5, bishop takes f6, because that's a healthy pawn up. And if White gets the chance of playing g4, king g3, I believe this should be winning. So everything comes down to the fact that can Black block down these pawns effectively with h5, for example, after h5, f3, bishop f5,
right,
slowing down these pawns. And if Black gets his king activated, then it should be a draw. And Magnus, of course, says, no, thank you very much. I'm in a must-win situation. I don't want to go for this endgame.
But the difference is after Queen D2, I like this move very much by Hikaru, Bishop E4. I would have preferred your line of play. Queen B1, Bishop B1, G3, G4, preparing, as you say, King G3, and relying upon the two bishops. I see that as a two-result game for sure. After Queen D2, Bishop E4 is not that Hikaru is trying to win or anything like. Oh, but there was a trick.
Yeah, there was bishop takes f6, which was hanging in the air for quite some time. But before I did not mention it, because here after bishop f6, knight f6, queen e5 check, there was queen d6. That was the defense. However, after the queens moved to b1 and the queen moved to d2, all of a sudden after bishop e4, the strike bishop f6 kind of seemed to work. Yeah, bishop g2, king g2. The main point is that after queen e4 check, White has the move f3.
Exactly. Whoa. I don't know if bishop take. I miss bishop takes f6. Let me be perfectly frank. Bishop f6 followed by queen f4 check, and queen takes f6, snaring the pawn. A very nice tactic indeed. I'm thinking Hikaru missed it as well, and if he did, that would have been like his second big mistake in this game. Missing the queen g4 idea was mistake number one, and allowing bishop takes f6 might be mistake number two. Now, having said that, he said, okay, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? King b5, king a4, let me waltz in and take the pawn on a3.
Yeah, I mean, he has to rely on this. I'm pretty sure he did miss bishop takes f6, but the situation was such that Hikaru was down to 1 minute on the clock, a position which was so difficult to handle, and the move bishop e4 was played automatically, because you felt like, if I'm not playing bishop e4, I anyway gonna lose slowly, because no way with 1 minute on the clock I can save this position with all these weaknesses against Magnus. So he did blunder. On the other hand, now this position is such that he can go berserk, because now he has nothing to lose, right?
Right.
I mean, and he goes for it. The only problem is that he's facing Magnus Carlsen, who I think given another chance, he will not let it slip.
Okay, so from Black's point of view, he's sitting there saying, okay, I need to engineer some kind of a perpetual check, right? And so from Black's point of view, he always wants to be ready with a queen e4 check. From White's point of view, White's got some some passed pawns on the king side. He wants to play g4 and f4 and go, but he doesn't want to see knight f4 check land on the position. So something like a bishop, I was about to say something like a bishop d6 as a prelude to pushing the pawns. Magnus just said, not necessary. I'm just going to go queen e6, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, that's why exactly I was highlighting that this bishop on c5 is so nice, because queen e4 check would be very, very unpleasant. However, this bishop on c5 protects the f2 pawn, and then White can go with the king to h2, and there is no follow-up.
Right.
And Magnus perfectly made sense out of it after king takes a3. Already with the move queen e2, he indicated that he wants to enter with his queen, target the c6 pawn. If the pawn on c6 falls, then Black will not have anymore this very nice d5 square for the knight.
Mm-hmm.
And we are seeing developments are coming up. So queen d3, queen takes c6, king b3 had been played, queen e6, queen c4, queen f5 played. Now knight takes b4 on the board.
Okay, so I think in all of this little dancing that was going on, Magnus was readying the move queen b1 check, Peter, to try to keep some awkward things going on, but bishop he just took.
He just took because he is taking on h7 and he feels that the h pawn is just very too fast.
Exactly. Well, that's very nice.
Also, White's king is very safe, yeah, on h2.
Precisely.
There are no checks.
Yeah. Well, it's really, really nice when you can, it's a race where your king is the one in safety. And this strikes me as a win. But having said that, do you remember reading an article in New in Chess magazine about, it was by Dr. John Nunn, where it was queen and two pawns versus queen?
Yes, I know this h and g pawn, but here I think the difference is going to be that he will queen the h pawn, and finally they will get queen g3 f2 pawns against the queen, and then it should be easy win.
Yeah. Did that article by John Nunn shock you as much as it did me? I would have never guessed that two connected passed pawns there was a possibility of a defense, in fact.
Yeah, when I first heard it, I even said that, okay, I understand it's a computed law, but still, if you are getting outplayed and you are 2 pawns down, then please just resign, yeah? I mean, that would be so much more fair, than to rely on some computer defense mathematics solution. We are playing chess, we are not mathematicians. So right. You got outplayed, resign, that's it, and I will respect you big time.
Well, as Bent Larsen said about a fellow grandmaster, is very, very good player. He resigns correctly.
Those are the opponents we want to face, no?
Exactly. Somehow Magnus did a nice job. He put his queen in such a way that he's supporting his advance, he's protecting f2, and he's keeping an eye on the b pawn. Very impressive, Peter.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. You remember we talked about this bishop on c5, which was so strong defending the f2 pawn. Now the queen is doing exactly the same effect. And look at this, if Black has to make a move like queen b2, this is very, very bad news.
Yeah.
Because not only the white pawn is advancing forward, the black queen steps in a way of his own pawn. This basically signals that game over what we are witnessing here.
Very, very, very quickly indeed. The one blunder you don't want to make as White, you will curse yourself forever and ever. You don't want to blunder the f2 pawn.
Yeah, this is the soul of the position. Thanks to this, the white king is feeling so secure. And Magnus plays king g2 just to please Yasser. Just to please Yasser. I'm not going to blunder this pawn. I know that it's important. And Hikaru has resigned after beastly queen a7 check.
Yeah. Wow. Winning on demand, Peter, is always tough. Hikaru is probably cursing himself because he sure came out of that opening with a decent position. But one mistake, Tanya, was all Magnus Carlsen needed.
One mistake was all Magnus Carlsen needed, and that happened with bishop f7, like you pointed out. And after that, there was just no coming back. And I think not just what Magnus Carlsen needed, but also what Magnus Carlsen's fans needed, because it's all about getting that one win, Yas. And this is the first win that Magnus Carlsen has had in this final. I think a much needed one to get into the rhythm of things. And what a final. It's been absolutely on the edge of our seats. We've just been treated to immense action. I think this format just brings that out, this dynamic play, this aggressive play, and it's been inspiring chess from these two players who are truly the best in the world when it comes to shorter time formats, to online blitz, to chess in general. And the other thing that's been very, very inspiring has been seeing the chess community come together to support Kiva's cause of helping underserved businesses, entrepreneurs, individuals, which are in isolated communities, to raise money for them, to help them come out of this pandemic. And it's been amazing to see the contributions that have come in from grandmasters across the world who have supported this cause. And we received a big contribution from Temur Rajabov, Grandmaster Temur Rajabov of Azerbaijan. Shout out to him for giving out $1,200, and he will be gifting 48 3-month memberships for his YouTube subscribers. Temur has been taking the YouTube world by storm with some amazing content and streams. He's just hilarious on them, super instructive chess. Definitely check that out. And Temur coming on and giving back to the society, back to the community, and back to his subscribers by gifting them this premium membership. And 48 of them will receive 3-month membership. Another reminder to all our viewers that you can go premium and contribute, but you can also gift premium memberships to whoever you want, to kids in your country, to schools around you. And there's a 30% off on premium membership currently, and 50% of that will be given to Kiva's cause of helping the community come out better and stronger from the pandemic. So a big shout out to all our grandmasters. Let's get that up on our screen again, because we've had some amazing contributions from Ding Liren. 5% of his prize money will be donated to the cause. Grandmaster Peter Lecco has been very generous with his contribution. We've had Vasil Ivanchik, we've had Pentala Harikrishna and Duda all coming forward to support this immense and this amazing campaign that Chess24 is so proud to be part of. And a big shout out to Temur for his contribution. And join the grandmasters, be a part of this movement, improve your own chess, but also help the community and support what Chess24 does, and support everyone around us to come out of this very difficult time better. And of course, that's not all the action, because as we know that we also have an insanely, incredibly insightful course by the world champion himself, Magnus Carlsen, teaching us how are endings done. I think undoubtedly, yes, Peter, we'll all agree that Magnus is probably one of the best endgame players of all times. He's right up there with Capablanca, with all these great endgame players. And I think in our generation, he has changed the entire trend of how endings are played. Earlier, I think if we look back at the previous 2 decades, a lot of equal positions, a lot of seemingly non-dangerous positions, players would agree to a draw. But Magnus shows the complexities in endgames, how to win those points, that half a point, how to save it, how to win that extra half point, all in the course. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
Yeah,
many years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
Now, on chessable.com, there's also a 20-minute free lesson that gives you an idea what the course is about. So definitely take a look at that. And there's a great deal on it as a 40% off the inaugural price of this Magnus Touch course. I think we all could do with a little bit of Magnus Touch in our games. And yes, because you're with us, we got something very interesting on Twitter for you.
Okay.
Let's have that on the screen. And Douglas Griffin with Grandmaster Yasser Saravan at the London tournament. Now, Yas, I looked at this photograph. Damn. That's, I mean, very, very handsome, if I may say so. And I also
Please say so, please. Please. I haven't changed at all.
Not one bit. And also, I don't know if all of you know about this, but here's a little secret. Yas was in Cosmopolitan 1983 edition, the most sought after bachelor. Is that true, Yas?
That is quite true. And it was a remarkable thing because it was very, very unexpected to begin with. But one of the things is I got like 2,000 letters.
Oh.
Like, I mean, that sounds like a lot, but until you actually see how much volume, how much space 2,000 letters take up, well, let's just say it destroyed my mailbox. And my mother, bless her heart, she read every single one. And she would read some and she would put down her reading glasses and go, shake her head. Yeah, and then quickly read the next one. It was special.
These were all marriage proposals?
Well, dating proposals. Yeah. Those kinds of.
I love it. So
Yeah.
in 1983, Cosmopolitan's Bachelor of the Month,
Yep.
ladies and gentlemen, as is, of course, the very, very charming Grandmaster Yasser Saravan. Yes, I can just imagine, I don't know, I mean, look at that photograph. That's really quite hot.
Well, Yvette, my wife, she won my heart, and unfortunately, that's the way it all worked out. But, yeah, those were the days, my friend.
Yes, absolutely. And let's also take a look at the other conversations that we had on Twitter before. We've got a couple of minutes before the next game. We had Partha writing in with, Hikaru is simply unstoppable, takes down Magnus with the black pieces again. I don't see Carlsen coming back from this. This tweet did not age so well. This is godlike chess. No wonder he's considered the best in rapid and blitz. I really think that Hikaru really messed up what happened in the last game. I think it was, as Peter was saying, it was that, that seconds of just maybe an oversight and overconfidence, and you just blitz out a move, and obviously you give that chance to Magnus Carlsen. There's no coming back from it. A much needed win by the world champion, who was actually struggling right out of the opening with the black pieces. Hikaru looked like he's doing so well in game 3 as well. But yes, one mistake and it all crumbles down. So we are going to be having the fourth and the final game of the rapid. In case it's a tie, we will move on to the blitz. Let's move on to our next tweet. We also had Leviticus. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Magnus is the GOAT. He can come back from this. Indeed, he can. And I think he needed that one big win to feel that rhythm again. He's got it. And I am sure Hikaru currently is just kicking himself for playing this bishop f7 move, because what opening prep he had in that game, just with the black pieces, simply out-prepared and outclassed the world champion in the opening phase, only to blunder right after with bishop f7. Let's move on. We had Parag writing in with, never seen Magnus down and desperate like this. doing the seemingly impossible, absolutely. But we've got a set in our hands now, boys and girls, because the score is even. Magnus has leveled the score. It's 1.5 to 1.5 going into game 4, and anything can happen. And you're absolutely right. Magnus Carlsen has been looking a little disheveled, so to say, and we've seen Hikaru on his A game. I'm very excited about the game coming up, and Hikaru will be playing with the white pieces. So let's see what happens. Great tactics, Hikaru, but the champion will bounce back. He probably needs just one win to get in the red rhythm. Amit, great minds think alike. I completely agree with this. I think a must needed win by the world champion, as we've been talking about it, to get back the rhythm, to feel that confidence again, because so far it's just been a Hikaru Nakamura show. But I would say one thing, Bishop F7 was a blunder. It wasn't exactly, and of course the world champion played flawlessly after that, but we're still to see a game where we feel that, Magnus dominated Hikaru. But so far, we've seen several of these games from Hikaru's side being the one keeping the world champion on the ropes. Let's move on. We've got a few more minutes. Mayank writing in with, Hikaru is facing technical difficulties. The camera situation is bad. Please, Chess24, look into it and don't make him play while he's distracted. So this is, I think we saw his camera switch off a couple of times, and we've had the Chess24 team is on it. But for everybody's information, it was actually Hikaru himself. He was not even once informed by the arbiters or disturbed or distracted by the arbiters to fix the camera. I think he's having some issues with the USB. It was Hikaru himself who wanted to fix it in the middle of the game. And when he did that, when he insisted on doing that, in fact, the arbiters told him that don't bother with it, just focus on the game, and you can fix it during the break. And of course, yes, I completely agree that these kind of things, we've seen issues like disconnections or these off-board things which can put you off. But in this case, absolutely, Hikaru was informed by the arbiters, but only when he himself went to fix it. All right, let's move on to the next one. And actually, with that, because we've got only a couple more minutes and I see we've got Peter and Yas with us, let's bring them into the conversation. Peter, so last rapid game of the day, Hikaru playing with the black pieces. He's messed up in the last round with the move like Bishop F7. What are your predictions for, one, are we going to see D4 by the world champion? And are we going to see a repeat of the kind of openings that we've been seeing so far? And two, how does one recover knowing that they had a good start in the opening, but then made a blunder?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Tanya. One of the things I want to speak about that what we have seen in the second game, right? That Hikaru took the cynical approach, thinking that, okay, I have won with the black pieces, now let's put the pressure on Magnus by simply forcing the draw with the white pieces. If this strategy works perfectly, and it was about to work out perfectly because Hikaru had a very nice opening, very nice position, but when suddenly things escalate and like he lost it, now he's facing this situation that maybe I should have not done this, and those are the thoughts that you should not let yourself get into during the match. But after losing this third game, it's not just Bishop F7, but connected with this second game that maybe my strategy was not right. These are the demons Hikaru has to deal with now. Having said that, Hikaru has the white pieces in the fourth game, so basically he can decide what he wants from this match, because if he wants, then he can just play very solidly with white and basically make sure that he gets a draw, and then he has the blitz playoff, which he might feel like it suits him perfectly. But I believe that Magnus feels like he got a second life for today, and we will be seeing a completely different Magnus from now on.
I'll just add to that, Peter, that in the game game two that Hikaru was white, he played one E4, move that we expected, a move that he's consistently played throughout the match. And pretty much as we guessed it, we didn't see a Sicilian by Magnus. Rather, we saw him willingness to play a Berlin. So with that in mind, Hikaru, for this fourth and deciding game of rapid chess, what should he play E4 is probably expecting, and his team is probably preparing for Berlin.
Yeah, and e4 on the board, by the way.
Yep. E4 on the board. So in case of a Berlin, one of the things that I'm seeing a lot of, Peter, is this early bishop takes c6 and d2, d3, because the Berlin ending has withstood the test of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't be fooled. This is the way how things are going, that the game only starts once both players make their first move. And we had seen only e4 for some while. Now Magnus had followed it up with e5. And we see third move, knight f6, so another Berlin coming.
Exactly. And again, this is where I kind of got a little bit of presumptuous, a little bit ahead of myself. What I meant to say was like bishop takes c6, d takes c6, d2, d3, as again, no big breakthroughs for white in the Berlin ending, Peter.
Yeah, but look at this. I'm seeing the same variation.
Oh my goodness. The same variation as game 4?
Yeah, so Hikaru is taking it really cynical that he just doesn't want to play with the white pieces.
Wow.
Okay,
stunning.
This is shocking, yeah.
Magnus on the camera just laughing that off. I mean, he can't believe it. He's like, dude, you're white.
That's exactly what he's laughing about. Dude, you're white. Tanya, okay, I cynically suggested before the first game of the match in the first day that Hikaru would most likely be happy with a 2-2 tie throughout the rapid chess and to push the match into the blitz chess. Very hard to get 2 points out of 4 games against the world champion in rapid, but that in a sense, he is feeling himself incredibly confident in blitz. But to do it in this way, Tanya, I don't know. It leaves a bad taste.
Yes, and I think it comes down to what does Hikaru have in mind for the blitz. I think we've seen him have some strong prep. Is he just holding on to that when the time gets shorter on the clock? Because we've seen Magnus Carlsen in this final struggle a little bit with the clock handling, and Hikaru has been very strong with the black pieces. So is this an approach, a pre-decided approach in the match? Whatever it is, Magnus Carlsen found it extremely amusing.
Mm-hmm.
And Peter, your thoughts on this approach of of 2 white games just ending like this?
Yeah, I'm not liking it. You know, I understand it's match strategy and so on, but why I don't like is that the psychological advantage might be shifting towards Magnus, because it signals a little bit from Hikaru that yes, I'm perfectly satisfied with my black. On the other hand, I'm not really ready to take any risk with the white pieces. Okay, here this is a very special situation because Hikaru might have felt like, okay, I just lost this third game. It was kind of a shock. Let's just settle down and let's play like Magnus also used to like often 2 games instead of 1 to decide the match outcome. But having done twice the same, I perfectly understand Magnus's reaction of laughing, because I mean, what is this? I mean, you are not expecting this, and yeah, will be very interesting. Again, if Hikaru goes on to win the Blitz playoff, then everybody will say, yes, it's correct, it was the right decision. But imagine things going wrong, then everybody will say that, aha, no, of course, you shouldn't have done this. And from now on, Magnus is the one who is taking over the initiative in this match.
And you know what, Peter? I agree with you that Hikaru lost the last round. So to stabilize things, you're like, you know what? I want to neutralize this game, get my thoughts together, get my nerves in control. I get that. But then how do you explain what he did in round 2 as well? Because he had just won a game with the black pieces and exactly the same thing. And yes, I think it's a very surprising approach, because one thing's clear, this is not out of any fear of playing the world champion, because Hikaru's shown that. He's been taking the match head on, going for the most complex variations. So it's not any kind of fear, but I'm really interested. I think it just comes down to his confidence of that, you know what, I am ready to play blitz. I'm ready to go shorter on the clock. I'm playing faster than you. I'm seeing tactics quicker than you. I'm better prepared than you. I'm more well rested than you are. Let's take this in a shorter time format. And we are going to be seeing more action very, very soon. We'll be back really quickly, but let's take a look at all the exciting stuff that's happening in the chess world and with all the educational and instructive courses that we've got going. Have a look at what Magnus has for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
Our partner for the tour final is Kiva, the non-profit with a mission to expand financial access to help underserved communities. Kiva does incredible work providing microloans to help people around the world create opportunity for themselves and their communities. When the pandemic started, Kiva set up a global COVID-19 response fund to help small businesses get back on their feet. Their target? To raise $50 million to support thousands of people around the world. Chess24 wants to help make that happen. During the tour's final, we will be donating 50% of all proceeds from new premium memberships to Kiva. Go premium, and you will not just be supporting us and getting the best chess entertainment out there, you will be supporting people in times of need through Kiva. And if you are premium already, you can buy sponsored premium memberships for schools in cities and countries of your choice in our shop. Let's show how chess can play its part together.
When you look at farmers in the rural areas of Tanzania and Uganda, the way that they farm is very manual, labor intensive, and they can't afford to buy equipment outright. And so we're focused on raising the level of income by selling productive use equipment with financing.
Simzola uzuri wake ukiipanga toka saa 2, hata kama mvua ikinyesha upepo ukija unakuta imetulia vile vile na mwanzo wa mwisho. Haisumbui kama zile zingine. Kwa mfano ingelikuwa ile mafuta baadaye inahitaji ukajaze upepo.
Tofauti na sasa hivi ukishadumbukiza ile sola unarusha ile nanga, unatulia, unapumzika. Kama ni ndani ya lisali moja, unatulia lisali moja, unakuja kuanza kazi.
Nilikuwa na mitumbi miwili. Hizo taa nilipewa taa 2 kwa ajili ya majaribio. Baada hapo, baada ya kama miezi 3, niliongeza mtumbi wa 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
Yeah,
many years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
So if you want to improve your endgame, definitely go on chessable.com and check out the Magnus Touch, where he gives all his insights on how to improve and become really good at a very, very critical part of the game, the endings, which a lot of us overlook, a lot of us don't understand how complex they are, and so many points to be gained over there. Learn from the best, learn from the world champion. It's live on chessable.com. There's a great offer going on, so have a look at that. And I am still just reeling from the excitement that we've had today. So the score is level. It's 2-2. We're about to kick off the blitz portion of it, and the blitz portion of the match today. It's just amazing to see how the match developed. Here we can see that 0-1 is actually the set lead that Hikaru Nakamura has from winning his day one, but today's score is 2-2, and we've got the blitz coming up. It's really incredible to see how the day panned out today. We had two insane games. One where Hikaru came on top with the black pieces. He's chosen to play absolutely aggressively with the black pieces today. Even in the second black game that he had, he was doing so well out of the opening, and a slight mess up with bishop f7 gave the game away. And then two with the white pieces. I mean, knowing that, you know, you're sort of in form and in shape. We've been discussing this, that is it wise to do this, to just say that, you know what, let's just take this to the blitz, and I'm okay giving out on the advantage of the white pieces. And at the end of it, I think, yes, it comes down to how blitz is going to go. We've seen the world champion himself do this in his match against Fabiano Caruana. I remember the game 12, where in fact with the black pieces, Magnus was doing really well in that position, and he just agreed for a draw really quickly. Went into the tie breaks and smashed his way in the rapid portion and became the world champion, and then came out saying, you know what, I knew what I was doing. A lot of people were criticizing that approach of game 12, but it's all about the end of it. If Hikaru believes that's where his best chance is, that's what he's going for. So yes, what do you think about this approach from Hikaru today?
Well, Tanya, as you just described it, a rather cynical one, and I remember exactly the same thing also in the New York World Championship match with Sergei Karyakin, where Magnus himself did the exact same thing. He gave up the advantage of the white pieces, and the 12th and deciding game went to tie breaks, won very easily. I think Peter said it really well, that if Hikaru wins this set by winning the two blitz games, then he's a genius. He did exactly everything perfect. If he loses this set of games in the blitz, everybody will say, well, why did you give up the white pieces, dude? And and it really is going to come down to that way of looking at it, right, Peter? I mean, you're a genius if you win. If you don't, well, you're a goat.
Yeah, exactly. But also there is another thing I want to mention about the format. I mean, why I'm loving this format, and I think it's great, because actually these draws don't take away anything from the match, because the tension is in fact growing. I mean, we are about to see two amazing blitz games. That's what I believe. I mean, from the two very best blitz players in the world. So actually the spectators are in for a treat. Of course, chess-wise, we would love to have seen more quality from these two games, exactly because we know what these two guys are capable of. But I'm pretty sure we will be compensated for it in these two blitz games. And another little question, I don't know, Tanya, do you know who will pick the color for the Armageddon if it gets to the Armageddon today?
If it does get to the Armageddon, we are going to have Magnus Carlsen picking the color, but we are going to confirm on that because Magnus did qualify for the final, and we have a confirmation that in fact Magnus picks the color because he qualified into the finals due to a tournament win, while Hikaru qualified into the finals based on his cumulative score throughout the event, only because Magnus won multiple events. We do have liftoff and it's blitz, so let's get straight to the action.
Thank you, Tanya. And D4 and knight F3. Inviting a London, Peter?
Yeah, that's what I also felt like, but all of a sudden Magnus, after knight F3, D5, chose the move C4. If you would have asked me, I would have told you, no way Magnus gonna play C4 here. If he already started with knight F3, he's gonna play bishop F4, and he served him so well against Ding Liren. But Magnus wants to mix things up. And look at this, bishop G5, D takes C4, E4. This is not something you see very often.
Especially, yeah, exactly. Especially usually you see the knight on C3 as in their previous games where we've been seeing that B5 variation. And now with the bishop on G5, are we getting a proper, Vienna line? Peter, I must say, sadly, my openings are not up to date. What's the latest and greatest going on in this line?
I'm not completely sure myself. The point is that, yeah, this fourth move, bishop G5, that Magnus used is actually a move trying to avoid certain type of things. And after D takes C4, this move of E4 is very, very rare. So I believe Magnus must have some specific idea in mind. The question, which player will turn out to be better prepared here, or who will feel the position better later on?
Okay, intriguing. Again, like this pawn on E5, right? Like that's somehow a kind of a magical pawn. You kick away the knight on F6, and it lends itself very nicely to kingside attacks, even the bishop sacrifice with bishop H7 and so forth. Pawn on D4 still on the board, Peter.
Yeah. Okay, black has this extra pawn. This pawn doesn't really matter that much because white can take it almost any given moment. But I believe that he first wants to make sure that he gets some strategic trumps, and Magnus is going for it. He first puts his knight on D6, makes good use of this E5 pawn, and he says that if this pawn on D4 is not running away, then let me try to grab it in the best possible moment.
Fair enough. It's a very strong statement. The knight on D6 versus the knight on A6, no contest whatsoever. The knight on A6 is out of the game. Now, having said that, I was trying to do something that, never mind. Queen D7, Peter.
Yeah, queen D7. Now the question is, can white capture with the queen on D4 and follow it up with rook a D1, stabilizing the knight? Yeah, and Magnus does queen takes D4, because if white gets queen takes D4, rook a D1 in and stabilizes its knight on D6, then it looks like a very nice advantage to play with.
Exactly. I'm getting a little bit scared about this knight on A6. Maybe knight C7 to D5. And one day later down the game, I'll be able to play knight C8 and to scare away the knight on D6. But for the moment, it's the knight on A6 that I find disturbing. Hikaru says, I've got no such concerns, Yasser. Don't worry yourself. Okay, he has brought his knight back to C7 and saying, okay, 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. All I'm looking for is to make a nice solid draw. Can he do it, Peter?
Yeah, it's a big question, because black does have this D5 square, and as you rightly pointed out, if black gets knight D5 and also challenges the knight from D6 with knight C8, then white will also have trouble maintaining his initiative. So white has to be very precise. Magnus played the move queen E4, hinting at some knight G5 idea. So it's very interesting to see how black will react, because you are also pinned, but maybe this pin is not important because queen takes D1 is possible. So if you can make a move H6 and H6 played by Hikaru, then you had to make sure that the knight does not come to G5.
Absolutely. Didn't want to have anything to do with knight G5 whatsoever. H7, H6 certainly has gotten my vote. Queen B7, nothing. The door closes after knight D5. So the knight on f3 jumps into the fray, Peter.
Yeah, knight d4, knight cd5, f4 played. Basically, both sides are trying to strengthen their position. Really, the real question is what will happen with this knight on d6? I mean, let's just imagine that black exchanges the knights from e7 for the knight on d6, and suddenly we'll be talking about that black has nothing to worry about, and knight c8 played. So Magnus has to keep his knight on d6 alive if he wants to claim any advantage.
Exactly, and that was my thought too, Peter. You kind of get this duel of the knight on d5 versus the knight on d6. Now, that move f4, to my way of thinking, that was a big decision. I mean, it did, strengthen the pawn on e5, no question. It does prepare f4, f5 in an aggressive manner, but it does open up. It lifts the kimono a little bit on white's own king. And did you like that decision, Peter?
We are supposed to be many thousand kilometers far away, but when f4 was played, I immediately felt your vibes. Yeah, this f4 is not approved by Yasser by no means. I mean, why do you do this? Why not just g3 and stabilize and get the game going? And look at this. Magnus is taking his time, and if this is a blitz game, now. Magnus is 1 minute almost. Yeah, he's exactly at this moment 1 full minute behind on the clock.
Wow. But to be clear, Peter, did you like the decision f4?
No, I mean, intuitively, I fully agree with you.
Okay. Now, having said that, you said that white has to maintain the knight on d6. Guess what, Peter? The commentator's curse. He traded. And
he traded, but after a lot of hesitation, because I think he realized that this f4 was not really connected with the position, and he wanted to make sense out of it. And after knight c8, queen c8, he made the move f5. That he wants to justify his f4 move.
Right, making a virtue out of necessity. f4, f5. Again, these players are putting the pressure on one another. What I mean by that is this move f5, I mean, both players, these are very, very consequent choices that they're making. And it's like they're challenging each other tactically and strategically in every way they can, quite frankly. And what would happen, Peter, if black was to take on f5? I'm assuming knight takes f5 and say queen e6, and just saying, okay, I'm solid. Or am I? Yes, but rook takes, right?
Yes.
And queen take. That's the one. Don't take the queen. Don't take the queen and allow knight e7 check. That would be embarrassing. The royal fork. But yeah, I was trying to just ask the question: queen e6, and or is white justified in all of his kingside attacking attempts?
Yeah, but somehow after ef5, one has the feeling there are way too many tactics, maybe more than one would like for a blitz game.
Fair enough.
Hikaru took his time, played the move queen c5. But what you mentioned, I think was perfectly right. I mean, the players make such difficult choices, and they constantly make such choices that the opponent should never get his comfort zone. Because believe me, as you put it perfectly, if you give the comfort to any of these players in the blitz game, they will make 20 moves in 10 seconds and put the pressure on you, increase the position, and you will not have any practical chance. And they are challenging each other. They don't want to back down. They don't want to give anything for the opponent.
Exactly. Now, we've seen a trade on e6, Peter. Queen c5 does have this very annoying pin on the knight. And the challenge is for Magnus, he's got to get rid of that black queen. He can't just allow it to stay there. He played rook c1 and was met by knight f6, hoping to play queen takes d4 and liquidate into what Hikaru knows is a drawn rook and pawn endgame.
Yeah, probably. And this Hikaru had to foresee when he chose queen c5, because queen c5 was by no means obligatory. And we are going along this line, f take g7, but is this such an easy draw?
Uh, that was my question for you. I don't know if it's such an easy draw. I was going to play rook f6, and after, for example, rook c7, I wanted to play rook d2, and I was trying to play for activity with the rooks.
Yeah, and Hikaru did play the move rook f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice. It shows class. It shows class.
Well, in the immortal words of Elvis Presley, thank you very much.
Welcome. I mean, okay, if I have too much respect for rook f6, I just gonna play rook e2 and say that this is a blitz game, and I understand it's draw, but maybe I can go g3, king g2. No, Magnus says I'm gonna go rook c7.
And then after rook d2, then he's gonna play g3.
Wow, this is very interesting.
Okay, that was not to be expected, that is for sure. So his idea is if you play rook f2, rook takes e6, and you don't have the automatic draw which you're showing thanks to the rook on e6 defending the e2 square as well as attacking the e8 square. So Hikaru said, great, I'll just munch a pawn.
Yeah, he took on b2, but then Magnus also took on a7 and rook f7. Yeah, this is the professional way, because you understood that finally this g7 pawn is way too powerful in some positions. But pawn is a pawn, but it looks very drawish.
Yes, yes.
So the way they reached this rook f7, king f7, rook e6, king g7, rook e7, king g6.
Yeah. This definitely, it looks like it's heading for a draw, 2 versus 1 or 3 versus 2 in rook endings, most especially are drawn. And in this case, since the pawn is already on b4 and it's rather dangerous, if I'm able to maintain my control of the second rank, definitely this is the professional way of making a draw by Hikaru. I was about to say it was no rush to play b3, but this is absolutely rock solid safe. Don't be persuaded that there's any real chances here. I mean, Hikaru would have to make a howler, a move, a blunder of such great proportions that you could hear the cries in the next county. A howler. This is heading for a draw, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, there is just nothing else than draw is imaginable here.
Right.
Of course, maybe Magnus will play a little bit because, okay, why not?
Sure.
The only weakness on h5, it was a little bit surprising for me that Hikaru chose this h5 plan a tempo. I mean, with the pawn on h6, you are also perfectly solid, but it also just signals confidence that, okay, I know that this is a dead draw. I don't care. And look at this. Hikaru is up 1.5. I mean, he's back to 1 minute 36 on the clock. And I think this is just question of time when they will call it a day.
Yeah. While we're watching them go through the motions of this draw on rook and pawn endgame, I have this very nice story. I was playing a match against Vasil Ivanchuk. And the first game I was white, I had some advantage. He sensed the position called for transposing into a rook. I just caught myself, Peter, because, okay, I was about to say there's rook h6 coming. And we ended up in a rook and pawn endgame, rook and 4 pawns versus rook and 3. The game was a draw. In the second game as black, I sacrificed a rook. Somehow I got the initiative. I was rook and 4 versus rook and 3. And then we had a tie break, a pair of rapid games. And I said to Vasily Ivanchuk, I said, Vasil, if I get rook and 4 versus rook and 3, I'm claiming a draw by 3 match game repetition. I got the same position of 4. Somehow Hikaru's king got to e4, and it caused me pause, Peter. I thought the king was perfectly safe on g6 and g7. What's it doing on e4?
Yeah, that's. I mean, it wasn't exactly planned, but I think Hikaru was just playing too quickly, and he was earlier relying on this King G6, King G7 setup, but suddenly he activated his King to F5 and let these things happen. But of course, it's just a dead draw. So
right.
Yeah, and now the players exchange the rooks. We are about to witness the stalemate. Yeah.
There you have it. So a draw with black by Hikaru in this first pair of blitz games, what he desperately wanted to do in game 3 of the Rapids, he managed to do in the first blitz game. And as Tanya mentioned, coming into these blitz games, should the next game be drawn, we'll play one Armageddon, and Magnus will have the choice of which color he would like for the Armageddon. Overall, your take of this, your overall sense of this blitz game, Peter?
Well, I think no real surprises. Hikaru had been very solid with the black pieces all the way. But I see Tanya is here, so let's hear what she has to say.
Yes, Peter, I think I agree with you on that this was quite a well-played blitz game from both sides, and the balance was kept throughout. Probably the fact that Hikaru played with the black pieces and was able to neutralize and not get into too much trouble is something that the Hikaru fans are definitely happy about. And now it brings us to the fact that we have no idea what Hikaru has prepared with the white pieces, because we've not seen any of that. So perhaps in the upcoming blitz, Hikaru does have the advantage that whatever he plays, Team Magnus has not had a chance to really look at it, to go into it and find something. Peter, do you think that might have a role, and in some ways now in retrospect justifies Hikaru's actions during the Rapid with going for an early draw?
I mean, I'm certainly very curious to see what Hikaru has in mind, what he has in store for us with the white pieces. So far, we haven't seen any of it today. I don't know if it was all part of the plan, because after all, Hikaru could have never known that he is going to win with the black pieces. So I'm pretty sure that he had some ideas ready for his white games. He did not show it yet. And yes, this is some kind of a little advantage, but on the other hand, I think by now Magnus feels also very confident playing with the black pieces. So let's see what's going to happen.
And we had Jan's take on the way Hikaru has handled the games today with the white pieces, saying that finally the Berlin refutation by GM Hikaru. Nice prep. All right, shots fired by Jan Nepomniachtchi. But absolutely, I think it's going to be interesting to see what opening prep does Hikaru have in mind. I think we're going to see a Berlin for sure, and I don't believe that Hikaru would be very pleased about doing the same thing that he's done in the Rapid, because that means we go into the Armageddon with Magnus having to pick the colors. Not a dream situation. So now with the white pieces, he definitely has to show what he's got up his sleeves. And talking about preparation, we all need preparation. We all need to be good at our openings. And if it's something, and I know in online blitz and playing against players that it's, openings matter so much, because coming out of it, you want to have a good middle game position. And otherwise, as Vishy Anand puts it himself, opening prep is critical, because without that, you don't get a good middle game. If you're struggling with openings or with the middle game or with end game, definitely consider going premium, because Chess24 has a 30% off on premium membership currently, as well as 50% of all premium membership goes into our Support Kiva campaign, which aims at helping and providing funds to businesses, to enterprises, to entrepreneurs who have been hit by the pandemic. Support chess, support Chess24, support the community. And talking about improving your own openings and improving your own preps, there are some fabulous video courses by the world champion himself on the Stonewall. There is Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson's course. There's former world champion Vishy Anand's course. Some amazing sources and resources out there to improve your own play. So a great time to invest in your own chess education with a great 30% off, and also, of course, supporting the community by doing that. We've got 30 seconds before the second liftoff. Yes, what do you think? Do you think that Hikaru will be as confident taking the match into the Armageddon as he was taking it into the Blitz?
No, I'm not sure he's going to be as confident about the Armageddon. He's definitely one of the most confident players about his Blitz there that exists. With White, I suspect he does have some prep prepared for the Berlin. We're about to find out, Tanya and Peter, they're off. And that was it. Bishop takes c6. This is what I spoke about during the Rapids, Peter. I know that this has been the battleground for the top players who have been trying to avoid the Berlin endgame, Peter.
Yeah, but you know, to tell you the truth, I was about to correct you in the live broadcast, but then we went to the different subjects that the move bishop takes c6 is never played in this position. Because first white plays d3, black plays bishop c5, and then white takes bishop takes c6.
You are right. You are absolutely right.
Now I'm completely sure that Team Hikaru is listening to our broadcasts, you know? I mean, the move bishop takes c6, I think it's maybe a novelty. I mean, what is this?
You're absolutely right, Peter. They do wait with the move d3, bishop c5, then capture, and then later the bishop moves back to d6. Did Hikaru blunder a tempo? We're about to find out. What's your take on the current situation? I don't know if how they got here was the right thing, but they are here.
Yeah, they are here, and this is one of the sharpest way of playing all these anti-Berlin positions. And yeah, black did save a tempo on bishop d6 compared to bishop c5, bishop d6. On the other hand, Hikaru maybe wanted to make sure that he gets this structure, and he just wanted to be sure that he gets this structure, probably believing that he can handle this very nicely in a blitz game. But I do believe that also if someone is a very, very big expert from the black side, this is Magnus Carlsen. I mean, the knight on e6, and this is a typical Magnus setup with going bishop g4 quickly. He does it also in the other line, and freeing the way for his knight. I think Magnus should be very happy, and look at the clock situation as well.
Okay, and when I see the move g2, g4, it does signal to me that white is going to go queen side, because again, you know, he's pushed the pawn shield in front of the king side. So queenside castling by both players, Peter.
Yeah, it's very typical. The knight on f5 compensates for the lack of the pair of bishops. And Hikaru breaks the center with d3, d4. I don't know if... I don't believe that white can hope for anything more than equality here, but maybe already Hikaru felt like, okay, let me get a safe position to play. Magnus was showing too much confidence. He was too pleased. I don't want to risk in this game. And now basically black is forced to take on f5, I believe. And then we will see, yeah, bishop f5 played, and e takes f5. Okay, this spices things up.
That definitely is a weird recapture to my eyes. I thought he was going to capture with the g pawn, play something like f3, and try to make hay down the g file, capturing away. It's almost like a, you know, what is it, a Rui Lopez exchange variation in reverse. Somehow it's weird. There's doubled f pawns in the position, Peter.
Yeah, exactly. You got it perfectly right with this exchange Rui Lopez stuff. I'm a little bit surprised myself about this ef5. On the other hand, the structure after ef5 is much more stable for white, and Magnus does try to break this structure. He went with h5.
Right away. Interesting. The reason why he might have wanted to capture with the e-pawn is to one day put a rook on e6. I can imagine he wants to play bishop f4 and rook e6 and rah. Having said that, he immediately doubled on the d file, did Hikaru. So scratch that as a reason. But this move does invite rook e4, Peter.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I think queen e7 was the natural move. White went for queen a4. Yeah, the big question is, does Hikaru really believe that he can target the black king? Was that maybe his main point? And by playing b6, Magnus shows respect, because the move a6 would look much more natural, but then suddenly something like rook e4 and somewhere queen d4, hinting at a7, would have been awkward.
Exactly. So we do have b6, and that move does invite queen c6. I don't know. Are things getting tricky or not? Maybe, well, he did play queen c6. I was about to say, should we fall back on the rook e4 idea to try to plant the rook on e6? No, Hikaru's happy putting his queen on c6. To my mind, Peter, that queen is just too strong. It's got to go. Queen e8?
Yeah, queen e8 is the very natural move. I mean, you can't really tolerate this queen on c6 for too long. On the other hand, after queen e8, yeah, no, Magnus played bishop e5. Wow, this is very nice judgment, because after rook d7, there is some takes queen before counterplay on the b2 pawn.
Right.
So if white goes rook d7, black can just take and ignore it.
And since c7 is protected, I have to play bishop c1, and I am hanging the pawn on g4 in this particular variation. Doesn't look like rook d7's playable, Peter.
No, it actually happened. So we
I'm sorry, it happened.
Yeah.
Oh. Oops. Okay. Well, Hikaru's squinting. He appears to be looking into the position, but I don't see what's attractive about this position to him. Peter, help me out. I'm looking at two pawns hanging, b2 and g4, and I'm not liking it for Hikaru.
Yeah, that's true. On the other hand, I mean, maybe Hikaru was fooled by the illusion that the rook on d7 and queen c6 seemed to be so powerful, attacking black king, hitting at c7 pawn. But this bishop on e5 is doing incredible job protecting the c7 pawn and also targeting b2. And
wow.
Yeah.
Did he want to play bishop d4? Yeah, sorry, he did it. I wanted to ask you, did he want to play bishop d2? Bishop d4? Yes, he did, and he has played it, Peter.
Yeah, he played bishop d4, and this is ultra sharp.
Because he's allowing queen e1 check. Likely that Magnus has at least a draw. Luckily for white, the h1 square is protected by the queen, so there's, the rook cannot rush in.
Yeah, but somehow one has the feeling that something is loose with white's position. Magnus played the move bishop d6.
Bishop d6.
Wow, this is a nice move, because the queen still protects d6, so you cannot sacrifice it. I target the bishop on d4.
Exactly.
And I don't know, Hikaru played the move queen e4 and queen a4. Oh, this is a blunder.
Oh, with the double threat of the rook. And there you see Hikaru. He's just, he smacked himself in the head. The queen a4. Nasty. And look at that Cheshire-like smile that Magnus produced.
Yeah, what a relief for Magnus, of course. Yeah, winning this set.
He has tied the match by winning the set. And like you said, Peter, if you gave up, Hikaru gave up the two draws with white pieces without any effort whatsoever. If it had worked, it was a brilliant strategy. If not, you're going to get enormous criticism.
Yeah, I mean, you get criticism and you are also criticizing yourself, because I don't think that Hikaru cares so much what people say, because he's playing this match, he's playing the world's best player. If he felt like this is the right strategy, but of course you want to justify this strategy, and he was very close to justifying it, because the game 3 he had a perfect position. This game was a very tough fight. I mean, I did not really, and it was too complex. I couldn't really understand when was the turning point. It felt like all these things with queen c6 and rook d7 was maybe misjudged by Hikaru. It looked too tempting, and in blitz game, of course, the temptation is there. You blitz it out, and all of a sudden after queen b4, practically speaking, it looked like black has all the chances.
Exactly. If you go back to that position for just a moment, before queen b4 was played, this was in a sense, if you just go back just a little bit, Peter, this is such a tempting trap. You know, you invite your opponent to play rook d7, dominating the 7th rank, and then queen b4. It seems almost like a breakaway goal in football. Tanya, what a turnaround, and what a break for Magnus.
What a break, and we do have the world champion with us. Magnus, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
That entire set had us on the edge of our seats. First, tell us your first thoughts getting out of this with queen a4 in the end.
Yeah, that was a pleasant feeling. Apart from that, obviously the first game was a disaster, and in the third game I was probably more or less lost at some point. So obviously I needed some breaks to get back in the match.
Magnus, we're going to ask you about the critical moments in the game, but also after a very difficult set 1, coming into today, what were the adjustments that you made?
Well, first of all, I decided to play a lot more solidly with black. I thought that would be sensible.
Magnus, can you adjust your mic? Because there's a little bit, can't hear you.
Yeah, okay. No, as I said, I tried to play a bit more solidly as white, as black, but I suppose, I suppose the opening choice in the first game today, and probably also the third, they weren't perfect in the sense that they were pretty difficult to play.
Talking about your opening choices with the black pieces going in for the Berlin, your thoughts on Hikaru's approach when he had the white pieces in the rapid potion?
I thought it was reasonable. I mean, he'd gotten great chances twice counterattacking as black, so why wouldn't he sort of I mean, it's not an obvious choice, but I don't think it's a poor choice, and I think in general he has a match strategy and he knows what he's doing.
Fair enough. And we did see you, especially after the 4th game, that you were quite amused by the second quick draw. What was going on in your mind then?
No, I thought it was just funny that we played the same game twice. But I mean, I'm no stranger to forcing a draw that in that particular situation myself. So it was, I mean, it was not a smile of bemusement. It was rather a smile of amusement.
All right. And yeah, we were in fact talking about this because we saw you have that approach in your match against Karyakin where you were white, and also with Fabi going into the tie breaks and shortening your 12th game. But it's always like in hindsight, right? Because it seemed to work out then for you, but right now it didn't work out for Hikaru. So that's kind of hard to deal with.
I guess so. But you know, people make the decision that they think give them the best chance to win, and then you live with the consequences. You cannot base everything on the result. And so I think obviously it's still going to sting, but I think he felt that was the right decision, and he probably still does.
All right. And Magnus, after the way things went yesterday, you said you made some opening adjustments. There was this whole talk about also perhaps playing positions which were something that Hikaru was doing better, these complex, messy positions. Did you feel that as well when you decided to go for these more solid, this more solid approach?
No, but the thing is, in the very first white game, I went for something very messy, and he outplayed me and I lost. So I didn't make that big an adjustment. So I think, I mean, I'm trying to play good chess. I just, I don't know. I think you got to be able to do both, play complicated positions and more solid ones. It was just that probably the one I had in the first game was a little bit too difficult to figure out over the board.
Right, and with that, do you have a little more time to just go through some critical moments with Peter and Yas? Because we were just absolutely amazed at the games that happened. If you could just show us some of the lines.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Yes, Peter,
Yeah.
your questions about the game?
Well, let me jump in right away. And just first of all, congratulations, Magnus, for tying up the match. I wanted to draw your attention to something that Tanya showed us, which was really remarkable. I'm sure your team is going to show it to you well. Peter, if you could show in the game that Magnus lost that he actually had a perpetual. The position where he played the move e5, e6, and it apparently turned out, Magnus, that move right here gave away what could have been a draw. Okay, you ready for an alien chess variation?
Yes, bring it on.
Okay, are you ready? Rook c1. Like what? And Peter, take it away from here.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I mean, as I said, usually you need to play a correspondence game in order to understand and appreciate what's happening behind Rook c1. Tanya was the one who checked it with the computer, and she had shown us some brilliant variations. I felt like the most difficult part is that you probably did not even believe anymore that you really have a draw here.
Well, the thing is, if I'd calculated a bit more, I probably would have gone for something like this, because my thinking in playing e6 is that I was going to pick up both the pawns. And if I pick up both the pawns, then, you know, I go f4, f5, and I felt that there were considerable practical chances. But he plays accurately, and he doesn't let me pick up the pawn. But I'm curious to see you continue the line.
After Rook c1, one of the main lines had been b2. My first guess was what happens if black just goes like Rook hc8. That was my human reaction, but Tanya, do you have it?
No, but you just continue queen f3, right?
Yes, probably.
After rook b8, after rook c8, then you go queen f3 and there is no escape. Queen
g4. Yeah.
Queen goes to g4. You go to f5. Whenever you go to last rank, of course, you take the rook.
Exactly.
So there's queen g5, queen d7, king g6. There's queen e6, and queen is not. The king is not escaping. You can bring the queen to g7 as well, like king h8, h7, queen d7, queen g7, right? But it doesn't help.
Exactly. That's a perpetual as well. Take us through the line with b2 instead, Peter. Yes.
Yeah, but here after you feel that you have this rook c6 check, you already feel like there should be something. I mean, I'm pretty sure Magnus would have been very pleased with this.
Well, I like the perpetual that you showed us, Tanya, where the rook was checking on d6 and c6 and b6. Yes, this is the one.
Yeah, that was a stunning line, of course.
That was stunning. Yeah.
Yeah, Magnus, we were all disappointed that you didn't even see this much.
No, I mean, as I said, I just had the wrong approach at this point. I thought, as I said, I thought I'm picking up both the pawns and I should have decent practical chances. Like, to be honest, I wasn't even that upset when he went king f5 instead of taking the draw, because I thought that there would be serious practical chances.
It's funny that you should feel that way, Magnus, because another thing that that Tanya surprises with. King f5, queen takes d5, Peter, if you will, for just a moment. Queen e7. Tanya has said that the computer's evaluation after queen takes b3, black is up an entire rook, was only +1. So it's interesting that you thought that even though you're down a rook, you had plenty of play for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are serious parallels to my game against Husman. You can have that as a homework for till the next set, because that's there are really a lot of the same themes from against Husman 2008, and I was back in that game. It was the exact same material balance. Queen and rook. White had queen and rook against queen and 2 rooks, and there was just an amazing amount of tricks. And I remember after the game, at the closing ceremony, some of the guys like Gelfa and Husman, they showed me a few of the most amazing lines of chess I've ever seen. So check that out. But having that in mind, it's no shock for me that queen b3 is here white can play on. I just chose the wrong way with e6. Probably e6 is also conceptually wrong, because I just want to go f4, f5 without committing the pawn to e6. So that was kind of poor.
All right, and Peter, maybe you have also some questions, thoughts to share with Magnus.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I could ask that what was the reason, because we felt like this knight e7 was a very nice flexible move, finally moving away the knight from d5 and vacating the square so any piece can occupy it. And after queen d2, queen d5, it seemed like from your time management that it came as a shock. How did you feel about this moment?
Yeah, queen d5. I mean, I was literally walking through these lines a minute before the game, and somehow queen d5 I couldn't remember, and I just found it too difficult to figure out. My first thought was that since it was not mentioned in the notes, it's probably not very good. But like, to refute it over the board in 10 minutes is pretty hard. And yeah, the line I went for was just a tad unrealistic, unfortunately. I just underestimated his 22nd move, c5. Maybe he has others as well, but this particular line I'd underestimated. I just thought c5, bishop h5, right? I should have something, but in fact the queen is doing a great job from a3, protecting his king. But I mean, as you can see in the game, I still managed to put up a pretty nice fight here. But yeah, that was a bit too ambitious.
And what about game number 3, Magnus? Because something really went wrong in the opening, and we were really concerned that you are facing a must-win situation. How are you going to deal with it? And the position got completely out of control. What is your take on that?
No, I mean, I just mixed things up in the opening again, and yeah, if he'd gone h5 on move 15, I mean, I thought that would have been match over.
It was Yasser's move. I mean, Yasser was asking me, "What do you do, Peter, against h5?" I told me, "Don't ask me this question."
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was completely lost after this move. So that was. Yeah, I definitely messed up before that. But the thing is, like, after bishop g4, d4, I was already feeling a whole lot better. Now it's a real fight, and after he goes bishop e4 takes, already my practical chances are excellent. Since, I mean, there's quite a transformation that's happened in a few moves. Now all my pieces are playing, and I have an initiative. I managed finally to give up the D pawn, which I so desperately wanted to get rid of, and it's all good.
All right. And one thing about this last Blitz game, because during the broadcast, when you first time played the move knight f6, Yasser mentioned the move that there is this concept of taking bishop takes c6 and then playing dc, and everything went so quickly I couldn't tell Yasser that, sorry Yasser, it's supposed to be first dc and bishop c5, bishop takes c6. So what did you think about facing bishop takes c6 in the Blitz game?
Yeah, I think it was designed to confuse, but I mean, realistically, the positions are not going to be that different. So if he's playing for some concept instead of concrete lines, I guess it doesn't matter that much. And to be fair, I think he got a somewhat better position at some point anyway, so it wasn't. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for classical.
Okay, thank you, Magnus. I will hand it back to Tanya and Yasser.
Magnus, before we let you go and get some rest for tomorrow's match, we did receive a question for you from Handshoot, and he says Karpov stated that playing a set is more tiring than playing one classical game. Do you agree? What is more exhausting, a best of 7 or straight classical days? And because I think this is an important question because we've been discussing mental fatigue a lot at the very end of the tour. What's your take on this?
I think purely in terms of playing for classical games, it's definitely more stressful than one. For rapid games, it's definitely more stressful than one classical. Probably it's a little bit more stressful preparing for classical than rapid, but I would say overall it's more stressful to play these match formats with a lot of games per day.
Do you think the difference is that in a classical format, it's towards the very end that you start questions of stamina and energy come into play, while here every day you're dealing with that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. Both to some extent physical, but mostly like just mental stamina. It's really in these high pressure moments, it's really hard to stand the tension.
All right, well, thank you so much for today, Magnus, and all your insight, and we will see you tomorrow. Congratulations once again on today's win.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so the world champion Magnus Carlsen levels the score by winning today's set. It did not start really well for him. That first game, yes, Peter had us all wondering if this was again going to be a Hikaru Nakamura day. But Magnus Carlsen got that one chance in game 3. And I have to say the blitz was brilliantly played by both players, especially the first blitz game. But the second one, it always felt that Magnus was doing well from the start.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is a guy who he takes advantage of his chances, Tanya, like no other, right? I mean, in that game where he must win as white, and as he said, he just felt that after h7, h5, he didn't like his position whatsoever. But the moment he was able to sacrifice a pawn and fight his way back into the game, getting his pieces active, getting more confident about what was going on, he got rid of his d pawn, all of his pieces were working, and it works out for him, and it's amazing, and we're in awe. And again, just his ability to find these chances for himself, to take advantage of them is really remarkable. And then to beat Hikaru in blitz. Okay, that's a challenge, and that's why Magnus is just something extremely special. He's great in rapid, he's great in classical, and as we see, he's pretty darn good in blitz too, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting for me that this position, I mean, I'm pretty sure if Hikaru would not have been in lead like 1.5 half in the match situation. I mean, it's so much Hikaru to go h5, h4 after white's king, right? So I do feel like at this moment, maybe Hikaru thought too much about the result instead of about the position. And his next couple of moves were aimed to stabilize instead of using the momentum, yeah? And I understand Magnus perfectly. Imagine after h5, there are all these clouds around your king and you don't believe in your position and you think that, yeah, you're just gonna be crushed. And suddenly you are given bishop g4, d4. Suddenly you are given a chance of sacrificing the pawn yourself, opening things up, relying on the two bishops, and you are back in the game. This must have been a big relief for Magnus here, and then things turned practically completely in his favor.
Well, as Judith Polgar would say, Tanya, Magnus is back in business.
Yes, I also know of a certain Lawrence Trent who would say that as well. And indeed, he is back in business, or rather, as they say, in the business.
He's in the business. And yes, he is. As we've got a match, guys. Again, it's a best of 7, but it's 1-1. And this is what we were hoping for, a hard-fought match. Tanya.
We have a hard-fought match on our hands indeed. The score is 1-1. Definitely Hikaru Nakamura regretting that bishop f7 move, because I think that was an absolute turning point in the match today. As Peter pointed out, the opening had gone so exceedingly well for Hikaru, showing absolute A-class prep here. Fast on the clock, everything under control, and then just one inaccuracy. And like you said, Yas, that's all that Magnus needs. I cannot wait for tomorrow. It's been an inspiring day seeing all this chess action that we've had. And of course, if you are inspired by all the chess action that you're seeing in this $300,000 Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour benefiting Kiva final, the entire prize fund, in fact, it's been, it's by Chess24. And as you can see, the winner takes $140,000, while the loser of this final is going to go back with 80,000. Ding Liren and Daniel Dubov had to settle for 40K. It's been an amazing tour with so much prize money to fight for. Clearly, the players are bringing their A game on. They're not holding back on prep. This is the biggest prize fund online event, the strongest online event of 2020. And it's all been done by Chess24. And I think we have been so fortunate to be able to follow it with this amazing lineup of chess experts, chess analysts, chess commentators throughout the year, throughout the summer that we had. So if you want to consider supporting everything that Chess24 does and hopefully have more of such events in the coming future and see more of this kind of insane action in the near future, definitely consider going premium, supporting Chess24, and there's a 30% off on premium membership. Not only do you invest in your own chess education, not only do you support everything that Chess24 does, but you also support Kiva's campaign and thereby help out the communities that have been affected by COVID. And before we sign off, let's quickly take a look at some of the stuff that caught our eye on Twitter. Chess Legends writing in. Chess Legends reminds me of Legends of Chess. What an event that was. That was not a great gesture from Hikaru. I know he rarely defeats Magnus, but playing for a draw right from the opening shows the clear difference between a champion and a challenger. Magnus always plays for the win. Chess Legends, I get your point, but I kind of disagree with that. And especially after listening to Magnus talk about it, that, there is an approach, and Hikaru came with an approach, and you can always say whether things are right or wrong in retrospect, in hindsight. We all felt that, he had the white pieces, he probably had to show more, but he had an idea of how to handle the match situation, and he went for it. And this is what we've seen Magnus do in the past as well. Again, of course, personally, of course, it's a debate that with the white pieces, do you try, do you not try, or do you follow what you want to do? And I think Hikaru, just being the professional he is, just decided that I want to play the blitz. and being confident enough in that, took Magnus on. Yes, Peter, what is your take on this, especially after listening to how Magnus felt about Hikaru going for those quick draws with the white pieces?
Well, I will definitely defer in this case, Tanya, to Magnus, and I'll agree with him wholeheartedly that it is an approach and it has consequences. And if it had worked out and Hikaru had won the Blitz games, it'd be a different conversation. But again, just as you were saying, prior to the match, Hikaru's weighing the scales. Where is my opponent stronger? Where do I have my chances? How can I best win the match? In my view, where Hikaru really could win the match is in the Blitz. So, if you were to ask Hikaru, look, in these sets of 7, would you agree to play 2-2, 2-2, 2-2 each and every set? He would say, absolutely. This is where I can shine. So it was a strategy. It didn't work today, but maybe it works tomorrow.
Indeed. And let's take a look at what else we had on Twitter. All right. Before we go on to the next one, of course, I have to say it's been a very, very exciting day of chess. But yes, Peter, I think the other amazing thing that we witnessed today was also just the support that has been coming in for the Kiva campaign by many grandmasters just across the world. We had Ding Liren with 5% of his prize money going into the Kiva campaign. We had support from Grandmaster Peter Lecco. All these top players have actually gifted memberships to students, to kids, to talents in their own vicinity, in their own community. And because you can go premium yourself, or you can donate premium membership. And with that, they have not only contributed to the growth of our game, but also to the Kiva campaign. And a big shout out to Temur Rajabov, who contributed $1,200, and he's going to be giving out 48 3-month memberships to his YouTube subscribers. Big shout out to Temur's YouTube channel. That has been entertaining all of us. If you haven't checked it out, you are definitely missing out on that. Lots of entertainment. Thank you for that, Temur, and thank you for your amazing contribution as well. Let's take a look at some of the other tweets that we had. Or perhaps let's wait on that. Let's get Peter's thoughts on tomorrow. So the score is level. It's 1-1. Peter, we've seen, as even Magnus spoke about it, we saw in the first set a different approach of going for the most complex positions, of going for extremely aggressive positions. And then today he said he wanted to play solid with the black pieces. What do you think is going to be the approach by Hikaru and by the world champion going into the third set?
Yeah, I think the very big importance in today's match is that I believe Hikaru came to this match against Magnus knowing that he has to show his absolute best, because that's the only way of beating Magnus Carlsen. And yesterday he played a perfect match, won the first set. And I have the feeling the regret Hikaru might have about today is not about these draws with the white pieces, but much more that his strategy of playing a perfect match. He had a chance. He had a chance in the third game to win today's match as well. And the problem is that I feel Magnus is still far away from his very best. And Hikaru must have felt like, okay, while Magnus is not in his best, I have to play brilliant, and I should make sure that Magnus doesn't get a chance to show his best during this match. But after winning this second set, I believe that maybe exactly this was needed for Magnus to turn the tables and calm down completely, just focus on his game, somehow understand exactly how he should be treating this fight against Hikaru, because Hikaru had been an incredibly unpleasant opponent in these first 2 sets for Magnus, but slowly maybe the initiative might be shifting toward Magnus thanks to this important victory today.
Absolutely, Peter, an unpleasant opponent for the world champion, but I have to say that's exactly what the world wants, because then we know we've got a real fight, as Magnus Carlsen has not had it easy so far. You know, we've seen him dominate the entire tour, but here we see a very in form, in shape Hikaru Nakamura. And you are completely on point, Peter, that we are yet to see that Magnus spark come in to into play. But what we do have is the Magnus touch for the end games, because we have the world champion telling us how to play endings, with giving us his insights on how to improve. Just absolutely an incredible, comprehensive, educational, and a supremely entertaining course by the world champion. Take a look at what that's about.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
many
years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.
So definitely take a look at that. And for now, let's bring up the very last conversations that caught our eye on Twitter. We had Gear writing in with, I see several comments that heading for a quick draw with white has never ended well. I'm not sure Carlsen and Karyakin would agree with that. I think Magnus answered this the best himself, saying that there was an approach. He himself had it in the 2016 World Championship. He did it in the 2018 World Championship in Game 12. Even though he was black in that, but he actually had a better position where he decided not to play on and just go directly for the tie breaks. Like we've been talking about, it's an approach. You have it and you just go for it. And whatever the consequences are, you face that. If things had turned out for Hikaru, we would all have been like, that was an amazing choice. But things didn't turn out well for Hikaru. And it's still the thing that as a professional, he felt he had to do in today's match. And that's what he did. Let's have the next one. We had the underrated guy writing in, which part of the game is your favorite? Opening, middle game, end game. I'm going to bring that up for our players when we do have them next. Let's ask Yas and Peter about this. Guys, which one do you enjoy playing the most, and which one do you enjoy training in the most?
Well, for me, it's really, really easy. Sorry to put it in this way, Tanya. The end game. Why? Because I really know what the heck is going on. A lot of times in the openings, I get really confused and amazed by what I think are bad moves, but they're computer recommendations, and middle games, as we've seen throughout the first two sets of this final, can get really crazed. But somehow I have this calm, collected understanding that in the end game, I know what I'm doing. So that's my answer. How about you, Peter?
Well, my answer is a little bit different approach. I mean, I enjoy always the fact when I'm having a nice position. So if I have a nice opening, I love openings. If I have a nice middle game, I'm feeling also very happy. And if I get to play a lovely end game, then I'm all for it. But I mean, imagine the opposite scenario. I mean, whenever you are having some trouble somewhere, then you just hate that part. Regarding the trainings, of course, everybody knows that I'm a very big opening expert. So yeah, one can easily guess that my main attention is focused on the openings. But I think that's what usually all the top guys are doing.
And
all right.
Tanya, what about you? You got to answer that question too.
I think if it comes to a part of the game that I enjoy working on the most, I think it has to be middle game. I think just understanding different structures, different kinds of positions, and how to improving on tactics, improving on your positional understanding. I just find that very rich and very satisfying. I think I think my least favorite part is preparing openings. I find that absolutely torturous, and the reason for that is I have the worst memory on the planet, and I think that's because a lot of times you have to actually just memorize moves and have them in your head, but that's always a struggle for me. I do struggle with endgame, so I should definitely check out the Magnus Touch and the Magnus course on that, because I think with endgame, especially with rook pawn endings, yes, I just feel like every time I study them and I see them the next time, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Like it's so difficult to understand the subtleties, and it's crazy because there are such few pieces on the board, but it's so complex. And I just feel like you have to keep revising and returning to these theoretical end games, so to say. Do you?
No. Well, don't beat yourself up too badly. I still have these horrible memories of your defeating Anna Zatansky in a very clever rook and pawn ending, which really cost America in the final round. Baku. So I'm still overcoming it. You know, like I'm traumatized by your victory in that final.
The Olympiad, the 2016 Olympiad. Oh my God, this any reference to Olympiads and over the board chess these days just makes me so emotional about getting back to playing over the board. But for now, we have all the online action, and we'll be back tomorrow with set 3. It's good night from me to all of you. Thank you, Yas. Thank you, Peter. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you all. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
And you still seem kind of upset about that inaccuracy
Yeah,
many years later.
Yeah, which is why whenever this game is brought up, I'm like, ugh.